So hi Hancock, welcome in. Okay, at least I actually remember to update the game this time. Okay, let me just open this up over here. Second screen, there we go. Now let me see. Okay. Back on track and forgetting the topic that I was banned in Raddy's Discord. I plan to practice ways of building good shit in Terraria. I mean, to be honest, it was fair enough that the mods decided to just keep you out. Because not gonna lie, you were kinda stirring a lot of drama and for anyway, let's see what this new what this Intervallo is. Oh shit, I forgot the new Intervallo dropped. Ah! Alrighty, hi Dankist, welcome in. Also, Dankist, what the fuck happened to Angdu? That is not Angdu, where is she? Cause the Angdu we know has a big ass forehead. When the fuck did she get bangs? I have exactly 2 of the event bonus units, and one of them is ass. That is, yeah, I know it's Angdu, but when the fuck did she get a glow up? Let me look at the rewards for the event. So it looks like we got S-Corp Hunglu, and a bunch of neat stuff. Oh, let's go, more ego crates. And we gotta finish twinning threads today to get to that new Intervallo though. Okay, I'm gonna grab some water. It's like right beside my bed, so it's 2 steps away. Right, here's a fun fact. Certain Sinclair's theme is a remix of Between Two Worlds, Cromer's bus theme. Any similar motifs seen there? I know that's 100% makes sense considering that a certain Sinclair is low-key just Cromer. A funeral was held for Martin and the SE researchers today. I thought I'd seen more than my fair share of deaths throughout my journey with the sinners, but never before had I witnessed this many people gather in one place to mourn the deceased together. The unfamiliarity made me feel a bit out of place. Am I doing this right? Most of the sinners seem to be feeling that similar sense of being out of their element as well. Some of them are asking Marisol, apparently the most knowledgeable of them all when it comes to funeral process and etiquette, all manner of questions for pointers. Expressing respect is the primary purpose. Hand placement and gesture are unimportant if that objective can be accomplished. Hey, where do I put this? Beneath the third pillar to the right. Can't any of you quit chattering for 1 second? Have you all forgotten the instruction to carry yourselves with solemn propriety that benefits the occasion? Cut me some slack. I haven't been to funerals all that much. I mean, I did tell you to read the manual. I even underlined all the important parts for you. What? Does the city have a manual for everything? Fuck you mean there's a manual for funerals? Sorry. Is she... The wall of text was just too much for me. My focus started fizzling out from page 30 onwards. Hadn't every sinner here attended the funeral before? Back when we set foot in that grim manor in T-Corp. Ah, thou speakest of the funeral held in young Heathcliff's manor, dost thou not? The one bereft of the dead. Bereft of the dead? I mean, someone had to have died. Because there wouldn't have been a funeral, there wouldn't have been a property dispute big enough to involve the OFI Association's authorization otherwise. I've said this time and time again, but it was just unintentional anonymity to prevent family strife. So based off this context, I'm guessing bereft means like missing or lacking of. Hold on, let's check real quick. Gonna pop into my browser real quick and type in bereft. Let's see. Deprived of something, lacking something, needed or expected. Yep. Intentional anonymity is... If the situation was indeed as thou sayest, then there was no helping it forsooth. Yet 'tis a pity that the dead wasn't named at their own funeral. The name of the deceased was... It was Catherine's funeral. She was very dear to Heathcliff. I have thoroughly reviewed the past 5 years' worth of local newspapers pertaining to the matter, yet no such name relevant to the case was identified, Manager. Wait, when we erased all Kathy, did we like erase any trace of her existence? Like even newspapers and like physical evidence was just erased? I mean, I'm guessing we did. As I low-key forgot that Marisol reads a newspaper every morning. It's fine, Cluckhead. At least you remember. That's good enough, innit? It had to be the Golden Bow's influence. Somewhere along the way, everyone's memories of the event at Wuthering Heights has become warped. The sinners seemed to think that the Golden Bow had always been there in that manner, and that Nellie was coaxed into stealing it by Herman. Linton, in their minds, was now a grieving brother, who had been conducting research for his dead sister's sake. Nobody questioned it. Not Don Quixote, not Faust. Every single sinner believed the twisted version of the memory as if it were a proven fact. Heathcliff and I gave up trying to correct them. Instead, we checked in on each other's memories every now and then. Because if there's something that he and I realized, it was that anything tied to Catherine had already been painted over, every detail gilded and glossed over with the glow of the bow. The point is, how should I put this? The circumstances of that funeral didn't exactly leave us much room to properly express our condolences back then. Between Heathcliff running on a rampage and that handy guy bent on interfering with the execution of the will, I assume that sort of impediment was pretty common stuff for funerals, but apparently not, huh? No, well, I think it's actually rare to see a place that follows proper funeral procedures. I've travelled around quite a bit myself, but I can't confidently say that I've been to a legitimate funeral. The one at Wuthering Heights was one of the more proper funerals, if only for pretending to have a process. We at least prepared the coffin and even had the formal reading of the will. It seems that funerals are far from being an everyday custom in this city. I mean, I guess that it makes sense with how many people in the city died. Wouldn't it really make sense to have funerals for every single one of them? Wait, shit, I skipped one of the dialogues. I did also interested more interested in watching Surreal Celeste ever since the near end of April. Damn, that long, and Corp. More interested in Surreal Celeste's server, became obedient both of her server and in watching streams and quickly joining in if someone was in a VC. Speaking of Surreal Celeste though, I have been inspired to make 2 OCs. Hold on, why isn't there anyone else in chat though? Damn, today is way lacking in viewers, huh? Oh well. Funerals are considered a rather extravagant practice here as well. Corporations are not eager to grant time offs just because an irrelevant someone has died, and the price of real estate seldom makes it viable to buy land and erect memorial houses on it. Then what other options do people usually have? We used to just leave them where they died, and after one night's sleep the bodies were gone just like that. Better than paying loads of money to bury them somewhere, just have that stir up a lot of daft rumors, eh? Rumors? You know, rumors about there being valuables buried with the bodies, or an arm being some fancy prosthesis, all that rot. Better let the dead go in peace and bury him in a grave just for some sods later to desecrate it. And Hong-Yuan, people tend to set up graves if they have enough room to spare. Of course, I wasn't a guarantee they wouldn't lose a burial home by the next restructuring day. Monheim scoffed and hung his head. Odious foolishness, all of it. What does odious mean though? Hold on, let me check. Odious? Otis? As in Otis? Otis, my god? Odious. Meaning? Lazy, of no use, pointless, or superfluous. KK. Comforting the soul of the departed. Another mendacity. All those funds so carelessly squandered, all for the purpose of furnishing the living with a fragile excuse to cling on. Are those words from his heart or just something he said to convince himself? Whichever was the truth, I couldn't see the look on his face with his head tucked down so low. The funeral didn't last long. It was just a brief moment of silence, followed by a few quick goodbyes that were shorter still. The memory came to a close when Alyssa, who was still in recovery, came to pay her final respects. The flames devoured the coffins of Martin and the other researchers, announcing the end of their existence with the crackle of firewood. Honestly, chat, this might be a little grim, but when I go, I don't really want to be buried. If I do get buried, I definitely would want to get buried with something so important to me, but most likely I'd request to be incinerated, or I guess cremated is actually the right word. See, I'd want to be cremated and turned into jewelry. So, I suppose you'll be leaving now? Oh, we're staying until Gregor's stable enough to travel. Dante says we'll remain here until Gregor's condition settles. Ah. Gregor came to his senses again a few days after his unforeseen metamorphosis in the battle against the Thumner's father. He was given a checkup, and Owenheim said there is no cause for concern. Physically, that is. The psychological assessments turned up disastrous, to say the least. Gregor was declared unfit for combat deployment for the time being. Well, I want to get turned into jewelry instead of being buried. Oh, that's pretty much a simple enough reason. It's because I want to shine. I want to shine after my life just as I shine during my life. I guess shined is the right word? Is it shone or shined? I'm gonna go with shined. I want to shine after my life, just as brightly as I shine during my life. And what better way to achieve that than being turned into a beautiful yet simple necklace, or maybe a bracelet? When I mean turn into jewelry, I don't mean like having a simple chain around your neck with like a bottle of my ashes on it. No. I mean literally put my ashes into the jewelry. Make like a jade necklace and infuse my ashes into it. I mean a jade bracelet. I don't really think they make jade necklaces. Physically, that is. The psychological assessment turned up disastrous to say the least. Gregor was declared unfit for combat deployment for the time being. So you won't leave just yet. Good to know. Then I assume you'd be okay with us borrowing Sinclair for a while? Me? Yes, you. The RC wants to look into the sign you manifested, Sinclair. The higher-ups didn't waste a second green-lighting the project, which means what I'm telling you is a mere notice of investigation than a request for permission. Huh? What investigation? What are you? It's just a rather rudimentary instance of human experimentation. Calm yourself. Human experimentation? Did you really have to put it like that, boss? Not to worry, Sinclair. I'll swipe or two on your skin and maybe some talk therapy, and that's all there is to it. Of course, so if we had your consent, the avenues of research could be vastly— No! I'm not giving you my consent! For your reference, other departments have also submitted some quite enthusiastic requests for research and observational purposes. Just some simple human experiments, Sinclair. No need to get so worked up over it. Right? I mean, why wouldn't you want to be experimented on? I feel like it would be a great way to advance humanity. Also, Dankus, what do you think about my little talk and how I want to go out, or like what I want to happen to my body after death? Although now that I think about it, there is a chance that I could be reconstructed in a future where everything could be how I wanted it to be. At the same time, I could be like fucking reconstructed into the second smoke war. So I feel like the safer option would just be cremation and being turned into jewelry. But then again, on the other hand, nothing ever happens, so why not put it all on black? Oh, you have no idea. We had to get past the fund of the LCA's Mirror World Observatorium department and their hissy fits. They wanted to be the first ones to get their hands on and spearhead the research, you see. And had we allowed them, But I've kept you for a good few months before letting you go. The least you could do is thank us, and to thank us is be a good boy and cooperate. Ah, just in time, our researchers are here. Alyssa waved at the researchers who were filling out the funeral hall after paying their respects. It wasn't long before Sinclair found himself surrounded on all sides. I'd be a good boy for Alyssa. We're like, yes, girl. Wait, I'm perfectly capable of walking there on my own, so just don't run any painful tests on me. Of course, of course. Stay strong, Sinclair. All I could do was to offer an unspoken encouragement to Sinclair, who sounded ready to collapse into full-blown panic any minute. What about you? You're not going in with him? Oh, it's back to the long-term recovery ward for me. I always thought scientific research was one thing that flamed my passion, but with the recent events having introduced me to the merits of paid sick leave, I realized that time off beats research in my book, marginally. Enjoy it while it lasts. I highly suspect that every request for PTO submitted by our department will be rejected for the rest of the year. Well, it's true that your average corporation doesn't give more than a week off a year. As soon as Alyssa trudged off with her dragging steps, the researcher seized Sinclair and whisked, carried really him away. Alright, we should get going too. Oh, do you all have somewhere else to be? Well, I thought I'd go visit Gregor. I'm worried about him. Holy shit, hunger confirmed? Got something I said I'd help him with. Gotta be there for him. I'm going with Sinclair to get some rest. I'll also keep an eye on the researchers and stop them from trying anything fishy with the experiments. Let me know if you need anything, Dante. The sinners fanned out in different directions. They seem to have their own errands to run during our stay at the LCE. Everyone's busy with their own thing. Wait, who would that leave us with for this Intervallo then? The only ones keeping me company now were Yoshu, who had been filling the air around thick with cigarette smoke, and Don Quixote, who was sniffing and asking around at every corner of her Vespa in a valiant quest for the new color fixer's whereabouts. Faust was still here too, staring blankly into the air. Was Tree accessing the Gesellschaft? You seem to have some time to spare, manager. As I stood there, wondering what I should do next to pass the time, Hohenheim, who had apparently finished tackling and signing the stack of papers, walked over to me. This makes things rather convenient. There is something I had intended to discuss with you and Senator Yoshu, a matter that requires your assistance. What kind of assistance? W-K-O-A says C-H. Wait a minute. Did Yoshu just step in as my interpreter? It's not that I don't appreciate her gesture, especially since she'd usually snap at me and tell me to find someone else to interpret whenever the issue came up. But I can't help but doubt whether her choice method of interpretation actually accomplishes anything. There is, I must admit, a certain novelty in witnessing the reconstruction of that which requires interpretation into yet another linguistic form equally demanding of it. It would seem we are in need of more manpower. Scratching his head, Hohenheim looked around for a moment before coming to a sudden pause, as some idea had crossed his mind. At the end of his case was certain someone who was busy badgering the LCCA employees with their relentless questioning. Who else, pray, might know where he is, if thou knowest not? Now listen closely. The one I seek is a bearer of hair fashioned in the likeness of a bull. You're there. Why don't you join us too? Dost thou speak of me? They'll say personal. We're cornered by Don Quixote and a rather forceful interrogation regarding Vespa's whereabouts. Took the opportunity and fled those in without so much as a backward glance at the moment their capture turned her head to answer Hohenheim. Indeed, there's a task that requires resistance. But I have yet more wits to trade with the most noble yellow harpoon. You seek to emulate the virtue of chivalry. Does that entail turning down the earnest plea of those in need? Right. For the sake of clarity and distinction, it would be prudent to assign you a different identifier from that of my assistant. You are to be number 2. That is, assistant number 2. I have not yet concluded one exchange with the yellow harpoon, but no true knight would abandon those who call for aid. Pray, speak thy quest. How may I be of service to thee? Hello, hi Cromer, welcome in. We finally got past Canto 9, Cromer. I'm kinda sad to see that Sora, my god, got fucking erased. Not even killed, just erased. But now we're on to the twinning threats. Delegating the interpretation of the manager's speech to Sinner number 4 has proven to be counterproductive. As such, your task will be to report to me what the manager says. Aha! That is indeed a simple task! However, this W-O-A eludeth my understanding as well. Prithee, allow me but a little time to uncover its mystery. Relay the manager's words, not Senator Yoshua's. They are asking you what kind of assistance you need. The request for interpretation was not directed to you, but I cannot deny that your meddling in the present circumstance is a welcome one. It was simply that the irrationality and inefficiency of your suboptimal staffing choice and workflow have become sufficiently unbearable. Lost hopes is not some wayful scheme to foster illicit fast cooperation. In any case, manager, this request of mine concerns an investigation into the back doors located in the House of Spiders. I deem that two of you should be the ones familiar with the structure and layout of the house. After all, you were the one monitoring the entirety of the 5-pronged assault operation, and so number 4's familiarity does not bear repeating. Do we go to the House of Spiders right away? H-O-S-R-A. You have assisted enough. Perhaps you could help fast. Sure. Although not word for word, Foss relayed my attention to Hohenheim, who responded by shaking his head. Not immediately, no. There's one more member you should bring along. One more member? Seeing me tilt my head. Hi, thank you for the raid, Kia. Welcome in. As you all can see, right now we are on Canto 9.5-1 Twinning Fates. By the way, I'm Ratipu, I'm your friendly wannabe idol slime girl. And I'm a Limbus addict, as you can see by my streams. It worked, yippee, it worked. Where am I? You're in my stream, I'm assuming you pronounce your name Crinkle. Welcome in. Seeing me tilt my head, Monheim pushed up his glasses. The apprentice was captured alive in the House of Spiders. Kira. She has regained consciousness. Let's go, oh my god, Kira! Why am I here? Hello, I guess. Hi, welcome in everyone. It's more story slop. No. That's a joke, I love the story. You will pay for this, Kia. Oh shit. Is he gonna call? I can't. The purple makes me want to say House of Spiders. No, not House of Spiders. The purple in your profile picture makes me want to say the middle, Serpent-san. But at the same time, it could be the serpent branch of the Hay Show. It could be anything. True. Also, for reference, just to let y'all know, please do not spoil anything whatsoever about both Lobotomy Corporation and Library of Rowena, because I'm planning to play those after I finish Limbus Company, and this is my first Project Moon game. Only things I spoil is my food. Amen, Crinkle, amen! I will not say anything, be assured. Yippee! So I'm assuming whoever Rian is. Also, based on. I just remembered this, but based on what. Whole gang pulling up, true. Based on what was said about Rian, I'm like 80% sure he's mimicking Roland, and yes, I know Roland because I've seen a picture of him. I just don't know who the fuck he is or what the fuck he does. So yeah, I'm guessing we see more Roland in Library of Rowena or Lobotomy Corporation. The place Hohenheim led us to looked less like a recovery ward and more like an interrogation chamber. He's just a washed up grade 9 tricks. What I need to weak is shit, KK. Though every single medical equipment installed around seemed to be state of the art. This place looks well equipped. Probably a direct order from upper management. Although technologies to restore lost body parts are common enough in the city, the facility of this kind is required to preserve the original form of her lower body in the reconstruction process, while keeping the cost reasonable. Now my VPNs on my phone work, what the hell? Now I mean, have you tried Malvad VPN, Moriel? Cause that's one I use and it always works. It's also really high quality and really fast. Keep promoting in other streams, hashtag marketing strategies. I mean, is it even really self-promotion? Because it's a collab stream between me and her. We have a podcast. Which one again? Malvad, Moriel. I'll type it in chat for you. Reasonable, huh? Do I want to ask how expensive the other options are if this counts as reasonable? What thoughts? Here's a rent free in your channel, Raddy. I'm pretty sure she has a tent set up in my chat, guys. I even living rent free in her head. I think you mean on my face, yeah. Damn, what must be strong today? I went to this room thick with a sharp scent of medicine and chemicals. Kira was sitting on the bed at the center of the room, kicking her feet as she regarded us. For someone recovering from bisection, she didn't look much different from how she'd appeared when I'd seen her through this shared vision. She was captured alive for the extraction of information, yes? How far along is the process of extraction? It hasn't begun, actually. We're waiting until the lines of information that warrant questioning can be isolated. So far, all available personnel have been fully engaged in analyzing the documents and items discovered in the House of Spiders. It's harder to live in Russia. Damn, you live in Russia, Marielle? Oh, I just realized that's a 1, not an L in your name. Hohenheim, my favorite show. No, he's for real just a Reddit dweller. And what you even doing here? There's work to be done, contingent upon information obtainable only from a recent inhabitant of the House of Spiders. And following a discussion with the upper management, I've decided to put you to use as the company had originally intended. No TV, no comic books, just a super prickly glare and a cold shoulder whenever I ask for something to pass the time. And now you suddenly need my help, huh? Give me one reason I should cooperate. So Kira didn't die, right, Raddy? Yeah, let's go, Kira! I also just cannot do a Kira voice. I need to improve on voice acting. Who's Kira? This girl right here. Serpent. Kira Yoshikage. Who is Kira? Why is Kira? I'ma do you one better, Serpent. When's Kira? Hohenheim didn't so much his twitch and eyebrow at Kira's biting tone. He merely gave her a nod with a steely, imperturbable expression. I didn't ask for your help. Put you to use, I believe, is what I said. What? Your survival is not incidental. It is the result of a calculation. The company anticipates potential profit by keeping you alive. Expected gain, as the term goes. With such a forecast on the company's part, you would have already been disposed of. Oh, without such a forecast on the company's part, you would have been disposed of. The upper management consists of people who would be disinclined to tolerate the daily maintenance and depreciation costs of this ROM, even at half their current numbers. Which brings us to our next point. Should you insist on maintaining this uncooperative attitude, the company may decide to convene a meeting to reassess your worth, or shall we say lack thereof, in its projected income statement. Well, suffice to say that such a reassessment will skew heavily against your favor. The outcome would be a recommendation for immediate disposal. Hohenheim always had a way with words that could prickle and sting, but with Kira, it almost felt as if he traded the usual thorn off for a sharper knife, intent on twisting it right where it hurts. I'm dead meat as soon as my usefulness runs out anyway. It's not like you're gonna let me live, not after I killed a bazillion of your guys. So you anticipated some form of corporate level retaliatory response against your person. That is indeed a curious line of reasoning. Then I must tell you that, unlike your typical backstreet syndicates such as the Middle, corporate entities of the city tend to avoid choices that may incur losses. Hi Red Gaze, welcome in. Also, thank you for the message in chat. And that. Damn, I'm already getting kind of tired. When it's only 5:38. Then again, I did only sleep like 2 hours. I mean, closer to 5, but still. And I must tell you that, unlike your typical backstreet syndicates such as the middle, corporate entities of the city tend to avoid such choices that may incur loss. The value of the information that could be extracted from an apprentice of the middle, and the combat prowess honed under the tutelage of a great brother of the middle. These two considerations are likely what increased your value in the eyes of the company. Everyone is sleepy, yeah. Most of the chat calls me a sleepyhead because I used to have to end stream like an hour and a half in from sleepiness. But I slowly improved, as you can see. I now consistently stream 5 hours. You've got zero self-respect, huh? You should consider yourself fortunate. Huh? The heck are you on about? Other companies would not solicit your cooperation by means of verbal exchange. Your interrogator would simply open your cranium, harvest your brain, and extract any and all necessary information without going through intermediary steps such as this. Damn, 2 hours? Yep, 2 hours. Like I said, it was close to 5. I mean, I guess it would be about 4 hours. So yeah, like half what you're supposed to get. I might really need to get some coffee. Hold on, where's my phone? I'm gonna order coffee. Don't ever do it, man. I know that in one of his dreams, it's really Celeste took nearly 5 hours to beat First Nova Squared in Arknight's Chapter 6. Damn, to beat a boss? 5 hours? Okay, I'm gonna quickly order myself some Starbucks. Oh yeah, I'm also gonna get popcorn for a movie night later, yay! So I don't know what I'm gonna watch though, so any anime movie recommendations are gonna be appreciated. Give me a cake pop and a double caramel frappe. Cake pop and a double caramel frappuccino. Make it grande. Whole milk. Just me and stream lagging a lot. No way. Please, bro. Please. Okay, no, it's not on my side. Right, guys, I'm pretty sure it's just you. I panicked because stream was lagging a ton at the beginning. Ask Dankest, he was here. Turns out it was because I forgot to turn off my VPN. To be honest, I don't even remember opening it. I don't know why it was on. Okay, whole milk over here. Put a caramel drizzle on top. No. No whipped cream. And that's the order. Okay, hopefully I have enough for it. Yippee, it worked. Okay. It's gonna be here in like 10 minutes. Even without resorting to such methods, the range of availability means to compel. Available means to compel. The disclosure of information is practically limitless. Truth serums, hypnotic suggestions, electrical shocks and stimulations, and of course, procedures utilizing distortions and abnormalities. What can large element to being shocked, like electric shocks? That being said, the RCE department prefers to distance itself from such uncivilized approaches that may entail complications and after effects. I do hope that you share a similar predilection. You're so freaking annoying! You know that, mister? The feeling is entirely mutual. Leaving the biting chill of his threats to sink in, Monheim turned towards the exit. Give her some push and bring her along. I don't quite seem to be myself today, nor disregard that. That too was a rather foolish thing to say. I will defer this matter to you, manager. Work of this sort likely falls more within your capabilities than my own. And with that, Monheim stepped out of the room, leaving me to deal with Kira. Her reaction was understandable. Lucy had only just finished laying its dead researcher to rest. Kira was probably the last person anyone would want to face right now, much less speak to. What should I even say to persuade her? I was still caught in thought when someone, quite unexpectedly, made her way to Kira. Yoshihide? But you got stabbed in the back by Matthias. That's not true. Papa wasn't landing a fatal blow. And as he cut through me too. That's why he did exactly that, to aim for the enemy's head. Besides, he made the right choice. A little sacrifice ain't a thing in a family. Family? Coming from him, a middle mutt thrown out of his own kennel. Doesn't it sound ridiculous even to you? That's... thrown out? That fucker Matthias was a GP only by technical. That fucker Matthias was only a GP by technicality. He fucked up badly. He was still family by name, but underneath it, everyone hoped he disappeared quietly on his own. He was that family member nobody wanted around. Why, it could have been Ishmael. You'll see why later in Arknights. As to why her load that may be shit, she is better than most Arknights newbies who spent some cash. Of course, I'm glazing more Cerulean Celeste. Long live the blue sky dragon Cerulean Celeste. Cerulean Celeste beaten her with determination. Okay. Anyways, you'll see later once you have done Limbus company. I should recommend you Arknights. It's a tower defense game of course, and it can be boring. But rest assured, the music in Arknights is fucking buzzing as fuck. And more than you do in deeds with a Fortunari. Impossible. Same treatment for me, being his brat. No surprise it's the ST for the Boltcat too. Same tastes? Ha! Young Ryoshu, can it be that thou also dost harbor a passionate zeal for the fake I quickly clamped a hand over Don Quixote's mouth as she smoothly chimed into the conversation. So what exactly is your point? The point is, you're taking too long. We can't decide whether you want to live or die. I can shorten the hesitation. CQ, RAL SY and C. Right this instant. What does that mean? Cooperate quietly, or I'll snap your neck completely right this instant. S, Y, and C. Isn't such a bad way to go if you're keen on taking that loyalty act straight to the grave. This is so crappy. Whatever, I get it, okay? I'll take it. I'll talk if that's what you want so bad. That's actually worked? Fixers who got in a blaze of glory aren't actually the strong ones. It's the ones who survive, the ones who live to see another day and keep getting stronger. Anyways, Yoshihide, what's up with you talking in weird-ass abbreviations? Like S, Y, and Z? That's so random, who even says that? Yoshio didn't bother to reply and simply chewed on the mouth and threw cigarettes. Dear God, what happened to my chat? It's all laggy. Ah. Okay, it's better now. What I like the most is the dual channel they make a gambling multiplayer. Ooh, I hear gambling. When is my coffee getting here? And my cake pop. I'm craving a sweet. 8 minutes. But is this really the right call? To her would probably be what she needs to settle the score with. As if. Never thought was her gone clock. Even confiscated her book. Being limited is not an excuse for her loyalty means so much for this stray that she'd bite us. Besides. No, better hear it from her instead. Hey, tell me why Matthias kicked the bucket. That's Cass. Because Papa was weaker than y'all. Yeah, you're the jerk's brat, alright. Kira pushed herself up from the bed with a sour face, but at least she didn't argue back. And we called Tornheim, who had been waiting outside, back in. I assume the prisoner was successfully persuaded. You'll find your weapon on the table, and you may use it in the event of an emergency. When we had 2 icebreaker games, there could be a possibility that the dual channel can make its return. Yippee! You'll find your weapon on the table. You may use it in the event of an emergency. What the hell? I can't even unsheath it! You won't be able to use it without authorization. The code has been slightly adjusted. Now then, let's head to the House of Spiders at once. The back door is up and waiting for us. We made our way to the House of Spiders with Kira trailing behind us, looking like she was smelling something particularly fishy on us. Finally a battle lord, yippee!
오케이. 이럴 것 같아서 대기 타고 있었지.
Now it's time to start psychimaxing.
자유로워지.
Boom, boom, boom.
전시 준비는 완벽하답니다.
Boom,
떨림.
boom,
오케이. 이럴 것 같아서.
boom, boom,
오케이.
boom, boom.
대상 확인했어. 시작하지.
이 떨림.
Fuck, I messed it up.
자유로워지.
Okay, you, then you, then
전시
you,
준비는 완벽하답니다.
then you,
떨림.
then you, then you, then you, then you. Throw in middle cliff, rank Rodya and ring Westall, and there we go. Only a few days had passed since our last visit, but the place looked markedly different from what we remembered. The size of the hollow, frigid atmosphere and the endless stretch of corridors hadn't changed. But Callisto's so-called artwork were now covered in white sheets, and unfamiliar devices were affixed all around the back doors. Really, what might those people thither be? Looks like some shady bastards moved in already. Our guarded reaction prompted Hohenheim to step forward and gesture to one of the oddly dressed figures. There's only a few people. I could only assume that it's sunk in that case, though. That's alright. I mean, I'm having fun streaming, so that's really all that matters. Worrying about views is a problem for monetized strategy, not unmonetized strategy. It seems introductions are in order for both sides. This is Team Leader Alan from Wayfarer Company, who will be working with us on the investigation into the house's back doors. Wayfarer Company? A corporate entity partnered with Limbus Company, responsible for providing portal technology. It has on prior occasion been referred to as a new or aspirant W Corp, but the name is an unofficial one. Our employees have also taken to calling you the new L Corp, something we have in common, given that we're both chasing after the same horizon. I remember, the company vying to take W Corp's place, right? The same horizon. He's probably talking about getting recognized as a wing. After all, the old L Corp has already fallen, while W Corp, from what I've heard, is free falling at this point. And these are the manager and listeners of the LCB department, our field operations unit, frequently deployed to deal with on-site matters firsthand. They have more personnel, but the rest are tied up with other duties elsewhere. Only a handful will be joining us in this investigation effort. I understand. Field operation units are almost always understaffed anyway. The support you provided us is more than efficient. Alan gave an understanding nod. The man slipped off his bulky helmet before extending his hand in greeting. Hehe, Among Us. Hehe, Among Us. But he might be the imposter. Pleased to make your acquaintance. The name is Alan, leader of Door Breach Team 4. Likewise. Before Vaz could even relay my reciprocal greetings, words spilled out of Alan's mouth in a strange and even rhythm, as if my ticking didn't bother him at all, like he was singing to a script he had rehearsed. I've heard great things about you, Manager Dante of Limbus Company, and the bus's team performance. You capitalized on the suppression of distortion as a T-Corp, as leverage to push your products. And the profits were nothing short of staggering, I heard. If you're EP and don't want to yap, then I could lend you a friend request and organize in the future. No, Ancorp, don't worry, my coffee and cake pop should be getting here soon. I mean, it says how did it go from 49 minutes? This shit ain't fair. Oh yeah, we're supposed to be distortion resolving specialists to the public, but what that project part about? No, I meant if you join Dark Knights and don't know shit about how it works. Oh no, then I want to figure it out on my own Encore, but it's gonna be way more fun that way. The manager says it was pretty a matter of luck. They also look forward to working with you on this task. Oh, are you the interpreter? In that case, I'll be sure to consult the manager only when both of you are available. Sure. Boston seemed particularly pleased with the role Alan had pinned on her, but she nodded anyway. Damn, now I feel kind of bad. First looks like her self-esteem has been shattered. Coffee, come on. You said it was supposed to be here by now. What is this bullshit? That's why this is the complaining about delivery drivers stream and not a Limbus stream. Okay, it's 9 minutes, whatever. Let me get another bottle of water. Hi, Fischler, welcome in. She quietly came to my side and answered my earlier question, while Alan carried on with Hohenheim. Hate when I'm see after his stream. Sure, Blaze Elixir. Also, holy shit, I think my coffee just got here. Hold on, let me answer the call. Yep, that was my coffee. I'm going a quick BRB to go get it. And I'll be back in a few. Bye bye. I mean, see you later, I guess. Not sayonara, but see you later.
信じきてよ全開でその程度不器用で優しいだけでは超えらんないです見え張ってんじゃないちゃんと say what you think 感情線を君と寝てきたいのよ前の先生は君だろよ君さえ呼ぶところが間違いないけれどパパラと前の信じたいよ街に見せたいよお帰りってお参りして大事に大事にタイトダウンランボダウンタイトダウンカウントダウンこねるのは開けないだんだん返事がそっけないくれゆく方面走って失って気づくの寒いじゃんか女森みたいな極はそうだな共通点の足これどこに忘れたの不安定構造エンドレス手に入れば筒に扱ってわざといなくなってみたりかくれんぼもたまには大事だと思う自分を守るメロディーばかり強くなるけど自分なんだし自由自在のはずがお利口な素振りで味がしぬ失敗せんよ時が加速するルールは終わりを告げるものでしょう全身演じきってよ全開でその程度不器用で優しいだけでは超えらんないです見え張ってんじゃないちゃんと say what you think 感情線を君と寝てきたいのよ解き明かせないもの恐れないでいて読み取れますかね見つけて管を巻く近づくほど敵であるすれ違っても強い彼でさ僕にばっかり無邪気な朝は息がないのが一番強い感想絶な勘違いでいたいじゃん人間ってもう暇だし戦いましょう全身演じきてよ全開でその程度不器用で優しいだけでは超えらんないです見え張ってんじゃないちゃんと say what you think 感情ない時こそ解いて出すんだよ何もやってないくせに言い訳ばっか口にするなよお帰りってお参りしては疲れ果てて眠りたいけどほっとけない時代タイトダウン
鳴き声と食い交わせの以上そんな僕の未来を強く願う歌革命性や僕たちの声は夜明け前にかき消されてく願い越し独断ない悪意それすらも飲み込んだスーパーヒーロー行き過ぎだってギリギリな僕らを目と目合わせて愛して声にならない声が確かに聞こえてたんだいやいやその愛を守るためにも必要なのはそんなに楽じゃないぜ決められることのないありふれた未来を全部燃やし尽くして絶対への理由も体裁も関係ないもうフラッシュバックですコミュニケーションにもきっと僕ら不安定な延長線上聞こえた一人の SOS を何度だって繰り返しよ baby 至極の難ルーまたポンですもんね寂しさな人により喧騒にばって感謝すらすら全悪人の目を指してくれまたポンですもんね寂しさな人により喧騒にばって感謝すらすら全悪人の目を指して全部もやらしくして絶対へと奪って奪い返す前哨戦もフラッシュバックですコミュニケーションにもきっと僕ら不安定な感情線上答えたい一人の SOS を何度だって思い出してよ baby
I'm back. I got my coffee. Let me open it. Cake pop. And caramel cappuccino. Or frappuccino, I guess it is. But just, oh. 、 Here we go. Anyway, where were we? It's referring to the Monolith Scales project. The credit was attributed to the LCP at the express request of Mr. Herbert, T Corp's executive director. Oh, that's how the rumors spread, huh? No, where did everybody go? I'll make my cake pop real quick. Actually, no, you know what? No, I'm gonna wait till the battle note. We reviewed the agreements. Now, I understand you'll be assisting in. Yep, I just wanted to make sure my mic was unmuted. I understand you'll be assisting in verifying what lies beyond the back doors. I'd appreciate it if you could share any prior knowledge you have about where the back doors connect, as detailed as you can make them, if you don't mind. When I'm fixed, Kira, with a pointed look. Though Kira responded by defiantly cocking her head in a show of irritation, she still gave up a sliver of information she had. Honestly, I've got pretty much nothing if it's about Robo Ink and his room. I mean, I've seen Albina hit up that door and the other one over there when she was popping out of the farm stuff, but... Farm? Oh, it's, gathering material. I see. What kind of material? Chad, is this guy dumb? Obviously it's gonna be humans. Human guts and all that. She'd come back calling piles of them. So they're probably connected to some backstreets area. The backstreets? Any more details? Can you stop prying? You're low-key pissing me off. What? That's literally all I've got, for real. For a moment, Alan leveled Kira with a stiff expression. What the fuck? And before I could even register what happened, Kira's head jerked to the side from a sudden punch by Alan. I thought Kira was noble enough to dodge a surprise attack easily, but this one seemed to have caught her completely off guard. She stood there blinking, eyes in rude surprise. Not gonna lie, Alan reminds me of Hopkins from all the way back in... Who the fuck is Hopkins? That sounds like a made-up ass character, Dankist. Actually, it wasn't that he caught her off guard. It was the motion of the punch itself that somehow felt off. Fist being raised, the arm being extended, the blow making contact. The chain of action was there, but it just didn't look normal. Did you just hit me? What the hell's wrong with... As Kira reeled from the unexpected strike, Don Quixote spoke up in a cold, sharp tone. Thou, what manner of discourtesy is this? With all that warning, I thought that brat could use a lesson to remind her of her place. The guy who left Aya to die to run away with a few boxes of Enkephalin, leaving us alone with Fury in the LabCorp branch. Oh, that dickhead! Fuck him! Wait, could this actually be him? Hold on. Hopkins, Limbus. No, the hair color's off. It can't be him. I had no intention of damaging your company. Okay, I'm back. Someone was in my room. Oh yeah, Dankis, remind me, I forgot to do the pulse. Shit. I got it done of damaging a company asset, of course. I simply assumed the level of warning would not be appropriate in this case. Team Leader Annan. That sort of conduct may not be an issue in your organization, but it is here. Should it happen again, do understand that we may choose to terminate today's joint engagement without delay. My apologies. I will keep that in mind going forward. And instead, down without arguing back, but Kira looked far from satisfied with how Hohenheim handled the situation. He gets to stalk me and walk off scot-free? So freaking annoying! Fortunately enough, her grumbling didn't escalate into her lashing out at Annan. That punch just now though, what was that? It exhibited a behavior that defied the standard laws of physics. Presumably a form of technology utilized by Wayfarer Company. Let us resume the task at hand. Yosho, give Team Leader Annan whatever information you have. That door should lead to one of the ring-protected turfs. The other two on the left, I remember they were marked with an X painted with blood. But I, H, and I, where they actually lead, it's all blurry. It seems that's all the information we can provide. Will that suffice? We now know that the doors likely connect to a perceivable area. That's already a big improvement in terms of intel for a Wayfarer Company's backdoor mapping progress. Fuck yes, and I say, whoa, congratulations, Dankist, good pulse. I forgot, who are the two on the banner again? It's Angdu Ishmael and... is it only Angdu Ishmael? I don't remember another ID being announced. Was it Angdu Ishmael and then the Eco for Mersalt? Which means there's less chance of us encountering a space beyond human perception past closed doors. Alright then, I'll proceed with connection verification. Which door shall we test first? We start with the ones Ryoshu mentioned. You don't trust me at all, huh? Then why even bring me along? Ignoring Kira's jab, Annan began setting up various devices on the door, and soon an elegant white door opened before us. Shall we? Art thou joining us as well, young Hohenheim? Just this once. There are procedures for handing over field operations. Okay, let's see what's in there. What the? Is this some kind of wildlife exhibit? The moment we stepped in, the lights hit us all at once, drawing squints and frowns from the sinners. Thanks to my lack of physical eyes, I could make out a room filled with statues, or perhaps taxidermied animals. It felt like a gallery of sorts, but it was so quiet that the air itself seemed to carry a strange, somber weight. After a moment, someone shattered the silence, but it wasn't Don Quixote, our usual suspect. Holy shit! The scale is just insane! That's a whale from Air Association Great Lakes Special Issue! Kira, who had seemed beaten down all along, exclaimed with a bit more energy in her voice. Man, seeing it in real life, sure it's different. About the Indigo L2 solo one-shots, these monsters are a hard point of his, huh? It's a Great Lake whale. Doesn't look like the ones we've encountered though. Organisms of various sources can be identified here. Singularity modified, outskirts born. They look almost alive. They're not, right? No, they're not alive, but... Duh, the Robo-Unk did say that the ring had had these zoos where they put monsters on display alive. Man, this would have been way more fun if we could see the moving ones. Everything here is dead, meh. Looks crazy, still looks crazy sick though. The vibe really hits. Even though she was trying to play it cool, Kira kept seeking glances at the massive horn display on the side, clearly surprised in a way she couldn't hide. That said, I felt a distinct shortage of hyperactivity, given the presence of a certain someone in our party. Don Quixote? The eye of a second kindred of House Tepes. What is it doing here? At mention of the word kindred, I couldn't help but follow Don Quixote's gaze. Opposite the whale was another kind of exhibit. It contained items dealing with the more gruesome side of things, starting with the crimson eyeball that caught Don Quixote's attention, and the body parts like hands and bones that looked as though they'd been stripped from the human body. It's a gallery of the School of Fauvism, probably a main studio at that, which comes with a maestro's atelier and an auction house. We will be making our exit shortly. Prepare to initiate the lockdown sequence. Before Hohenheim could finish his urgent transmission, numerous footsteps closed in from somewhere nearby. Turning towards the sound of shoes clacking on the floor, we found strange figures wearing animal masks staring directly at us. That presence, that's kinda like Papa's, eaten away. That's not a raid boss we can clear at our level. We gotta get out of here. It's not that simple. Retreating is not a viable solution here. That door is connected to the House of Spiders. Escaping without installing a security system will invite pursuit. We must stall them until Alan is ready to initiate the lockdown sequence. As tension thickened, one of the strangers, who wore a peculiar bone mask, stepped forward. The voice that spoke to us carried equal parts curiosity and delight. You came through that door. Then the house's fall wasn't just a baseless rumor. A stray little spiderling fallen from her parents' web. How many years has it been? Who are you? Right, it makes sense you'd fail to recognize me. I used to wear a different mask back when I used to visit as your tutor, didn't I? A wolf, if memory serves right. Yes, that must have been when I was quite captivated by the sensation of tearing into the raw, still thrashing its flesh of live prey, and the predator's ferocious yet cavernously resonant howling. Rings a bell. You're that maestro who saw lesson of was a 3-hour sermon praising the intensity of primary colors and the strength of living creatures. Benoit, was it? That's right, M.A. Benoit. And they say you can't catch a phoenix from a chicken's egg. Doesn't always apply, I see. Looks like that mind of yours is still sly as a raven, unlike your nurse fathers. Don't presume. I only remember you because the activity of hides and guts made a passable AW. At first glance, it looked like Ryoshi was casually taking a strip down memory lane with the maestro, but I had a feeling she was in fact dragging this out on purpose to buy us time. That lockdown sequence thing, how much longer till it's ready? Young Hohenheim, the lockdown sequence. Don Quixote, who had been shooting the ring members, an incensed glare, sparked by the discovery of a kindred's eye, swiftly relayed my words to Hohenheim without even a hint of her earlier shenanigans. I'm afraid the progress and speed of the lockdown sequence lies in Alan's hands, not mine. It is by its nature a time-consuming work. We cannot expect haste. Perhaps that does make this a suitable juncture to try Plan A. Plan A? Any discussions that involve Don Quixote removing her shoes would not be dignified with a serious discussion. Instead, maybe what Hohenheim had in mind had nothing to do with Don Quixote's shoes. Because he opened his mouth as though he was about to retort to Faust's categorical rejection. Wait, I'm pretty sure I forgot to fix the volume from yesterday, did I? No, I did. I mean, not yesterday, but last stream. But the moment he followed Faust's eyes and saw what she was looking at, he equally shut his mouth and said nothing further. Faith and potentiality is not something I dislike. As for this, however, this seems more like grasping at straws. At the end of their case was Ryosho's blade, Ariashiki. I was going to try using it anyway. I've long wanted to see if a maestro's death is any different. Telling her that we were just leaving won't work, will it? No, it won't. Every individual present here would be quite the fascinating specimen to the artists of the ring. We are practically a wine full of inspiration and material that has so conveniently been delivered to them. It is improbable that they will allow us to return unharmed. Faust is right. She and Hohenheim are geniuses, and Ryosho is a wielder of Ariashiki. Right, Julius Smasher Pass Emil Benoit. I'm gonna say smash. Don Quixote is a kindred of a higher generation, and I happen to house a golden ball in my head. I have no idea how much information the ring has on us. Even if they knew nothing, they wouldn't let us go so easily. Are you sure about this, Ryosho? Doesn't matter if I'm SAT or not, Clock. Think of that woman Lei Hang. Think of that woman as Lei Hang. And do as you did in HC's mansion. I'll take care of the rest. Wait, that's probably our best shot. What Ryosho meant was quite clear. Resonate with a golden ball, secure an advantage to fight on equal footing, and catch them off guard by slowing down the flow of time. A cut from the Ariashiki, even if it doesn't give us a real fighting chance, might at least draw the maestro long enough to give us the time to get away. The floor of the exhibit only houses submissions from students and docents, but if you look closely enough, there are some possible ones that show the promise of excellence. Above all, this is the gallery of the School of Fauvism, and mine, the gallery of Emily Benoit. Which is why I would have preferred to take you without an unnecessary fight. If possible, a shame. Still, we're talking about a unique relic here, a masterless one at that. Acquiring the Ariashiki makes it worth the cost. If you want a taste. Confusion flickered across Ryosho's face as she tried to unsheath her blade. What's the matter? Oh. The lock that was spiders used to bind Ariashiki no longer exists. So why can't I draw the blade? No, that's unexpected. So the rumors of you mastering that relic, were they false? The maestro only gave a loose swing of her arm. It was strong enough to make Ryosho recoil. A show of surprise crossed her face. The wound looked like nothing more than a light gash. Yet the maestro's contemplative gaze shifted between the blood on Ryoshu's arm and her own, as though the attack had been an experiment to prove hypotheses. It wasn't too hard to guess what she was thinking. Noticed, did you? I had my doubts from the moment I saw you today. Was the house's produce a success or a failure? Tell me, Yoshihide, what do you think of a serpent's defining strength is? What are you on about now? Ask any student, and they'll give the same predictable answers. The deadly venom, the sleek scales. Why, it's so lamentably disappointing. The master advanced towards it with an assured certainty, then seized a beige thread dangling from the ceiling. No, calling it a mere thread would be wrong. It was something that resembled a thread, yet felt much more disturbing. I, for one, have a particular liking for the jaw and spine. The flexibility of the spine, linked like a chain, and the jaw, held not by bone but by ligaments that allow the animals to swallow its prey whole. Perhaps I should have said that I admired the structural refinement. Her thrice coiled ring on her frank finger gave a coiled glint, as the walls and the ceiling suddenly began to echo the sickening squelch and crack of flesh and bones assembling. What the hell is that? Which brings me to ask, what better way to claim this delivery of promising material with a single bite than a work of art fashioned from a snake? The maestro plunged her arm into the long, serpentine body of a monster. Her sheer presence radiated the pressure as oppressive as that of the nurse fathers, only more primal and untempered. Consider it a privilege. This is the first time this piece has ever been exhibited to an outsider. That's one BTW. Yeah, I know, Red Gaze. That's why I'm giving her a woman voice. I'm just trying to go for like a lower kind of female voice. Hohenheim, is the lockdown sequence still not ready? 1 minute to go. Step aside. The attack from the eagle gear Hohenheim hastily brandished didn't even last a moment. The weapon was knocked from his hand. As I scrambled to equip listeners with their identities, something abruptly stopped the beast like a bandage midway through its hurtling motion. I fucking love Emily Benoit's design. It looks like a mix between a druid, a necromancer, and a shaman, right, Dankist? I love her design so much. Honestly, I need her in my bed now. I want her to ruin me. I want her to turn me into art. Roddy, that's an old woman. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. TP, more hangs. Chat, she has to be one of the people you said was a big reason to play Canto 9.5. I don't want to subject the blow. Was it Virgilius? Ha, shit. Oh, never mind, it was Kira. Kira, oh my god. Was Kira, struggling to push back against the serpentine arm with her still sealed blade. Kira? Now she definitely will smash. Yippee, that's what I'm talking about. Wahoo! Why would Freighty be with us? I didn't fucking know that. I mean, in Canto 6 you showed up out of nowhere and one-shot the shit out of the Wild Hunt. Maybe he's gonna do it again with the Maestro. Did she suddenly have a change of heart I wasn't aware of? Shit. This wasn't the plan at all. Obviously not. She couldn't have changed her mind that quickly. Because the look on her face couldn't be anything other than that of utter regret. The middle, For someone who doesn't seem to be a proper member, you've inked quite the quantity of tattoos on yourself. You must be the new kid Matthias took in. Why do you stand in my way? Fuck if I know. I'm already regretting it, alright? Damn it, they're definitely gonna ditch me here. Why did I even... Must be instinct taking over. Couldn't fully shake off the opponent's killing intent, so the body chose to clash head on. I can't have 60 showed up out of nowhere because he went through something similar and felt it happen. Oh, okay, now I get it. I should really read Leviathan. So the behavioral facet of this site can be controlled with suitable training. Unexpected data, but useful to be for sure. Shut it, mister! Quit yapping and let me use my blades! Authorized and ready. Lifting locks, now! Kira's thermal weapons emerged from their sheaths with metallic clank. She used the recoil of the motion to skid back and assume a defensive stance. Naturally, that broke Benoit's arm from the deadlock as well. The maestro lashed out again with a monstrous limb, but... Huh? 'Tis a foul injustice to strike against an unprepared opponent in a duel. Behold, for I shall allow thee a glimpse of the badass form that only the most renowned of fixers have displayed throughout the ages. Triple H, do literally anything, please. You have that charge bug ego gift. Seeing an opening, Don Quixote slammed into the arm with her full might, knocking it off its trajectory. Predictably, however, the sheer force of the master's attack instantly reduced her to a red sludge of flesh and bones, sending her remains crashing into the door. Ready to initiate the lockdown sequence. Outside the door immediately upon your exit. Everyone to the door. Pause. Retrieve the organic remnants of Sinner 3. God damn it, Don. As Faust made her exit with what was once Don Quixote, who turns up the ring surrounded Kira, barring her way out. A hollow chuckle slipped out of her lips. Called it for real. This is exactly why I didn't want to get involved. Was Don Quixote. Taking Kira back with us would mean having a sizable force of the ring trail right behind her through the door. Kira too seemed to have realized the risk that no one in their right minds would want to take. She lowered her head in defeat, as though she knew full well the fate that awaited her. I'm such a dumbass. What was I thinking diving in like that? You, don't just stand there. Go over here, now. Huh? But these guys gonna come flooding in if I... Want to get cleaved in half again? You pin this on me later and you're gonna pay. Blocking the Meister's arm by a hair as it came down on her again, Kira hurled herself towards the door with every bit of strength she could muster. More than a few students rushed in through the doorway, chasing after the students who had gone in the head, but... Lockdown sequence complete. All backdoor links have been cut. Fortunately, Aang managed to sever the connection between the two backdoors before the Maestro could cross over. All cut. Think you can still use your arms? I'm fine. So she says. Iraq would be a strong enough addition to fight for us, but the ring members that have managed to cross formed a rather sizable force. Fighting them off with just the listeners I have at my side would not be the best course of action. In that case... Guys, I assume you're all available right now? As soon as I call out to listeners, their voices came through Hohenheim's radio one after another. Huh? I guess so? Ready for your order, Executive Manager. Otis, I'm prepared to answer your call whenever and wherever and wherever. Eh? Hang on, I just need to finish this bite. Everyone, to me. Let's go, we're jumping! Pokemon style. Okay, let's see. We immediately gonna start doing this shit. Boom, boom, boom. There we go.
방금의 공격, 독신 그 자체였다.
죽어들어오기 방금 말미웠습니다. 말려! 그렇다면 평소의 쓰레기입니다.
좋아, 이번에는 제대로 들어가.
짜증나게.
어렵지 않게 연료를 뽑아낼 수 있을 것 같습니다.
알고 있겠지. 예측은 의미 없다는 걸. 마침내 끊어냈나.
Yeah, we're on like Node 2 right now. This Intervallo is gonna take forever.
낮도 밤도 지어 숨이 닿도록 베어낼 뿐.
그래, 좀 죽여버려. 13조 이항에 맞추려면 그게 제격이지.
화면을 헷갈리지 마십시오. 식사할 장소는 이곳입니다. 배변 연료를 채우고 가야 합니다. 예.
Okay, now it's time to start massacring them.
짜증나게. 자, 본인은 최선을 다했다고.
숨막히도록 견뎌왔고 절박하게 갈망했으며 헤아릴 수 없이 저주했으니.
Chat, I'm gonna put a vote up right now.
만복의 시간입니다.
For when I do the pulse. When do I pull on the new banner? Now. End of stream. There we go. And while we do that, I'm gonna continue massacring the House of Spiders. Yippee! You're saying Limbus company destroyed the House of Spiders just for them to become the House of Spiders.
예측, 의미, 몰아치는 것을.
Do you think Kiro would like Matthias or Otias more over McGuy? Oh, hi, welcome in. I just noticed you were here.
뜨거울 거다. 조금 많이.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
통풍을 불릴 수가 없습니다. 옆에 뚫린
Okay, let me see.
수경, 위에서 남은 연료라도 수정해야 합니다.
이 순간이 다
I mean, they're pretty much dead now anyway. I don't really need to continue evading. Unless there's a second wave.
나도 방금
6, 7.
숨을 다하도록 배워낼
아이씨, 짜증나게.
들려? 당신을 죽여라 절규하는 내 모든 시간들의 아우성이!
일꾼들이 다 함께 불을 먹었습니다.
어머니의 기쁨. 벌써부터 느껴지는 것만 같습니다.
Okay, I'll give the poll until I finish the next note. And whichever side wins, wins. Actually, I'll give it until I finish this note, because then I gotta go to the bathroom, so when I come back, I'll end the poll, and we'll see when I do the polls. It's only the first door, and the impediments are already beyond expected levels. I swear, I thought that was it for me back there. Events of this nature won't be frequent. We were merely beset by ill luck. If you'd just listened to me and picked another door, we wouldn't have gone and cooked it like that in the first place. Like, why'd you even drag me into this if you weren't gonna trust me, weirdos? We'd have opened them all at the end of the day. SD. SD? What's that? Same difference. Again, why shorten it like that? Just say duh or something. Or just spell it out and say it was anticipated. That's W-A. Eh? Good work, everyone. Wayfarer does have a team dedicated to this sort of task, but the mortality rate is quite high. Honestly, I was bracing myself for the worst. The odds of completing the first Refrain expedition without any casualties are under 15%. This, by all measures, counts as a flawless expedition. Tapping away at his device, Alan addressed us with an amicable smile. He seemed totally different from the same man who had manhandled Kira with a fist to her face. Us Valvists won't be able to cross over anymore with the door completely locked down, right? That cannot be asserted with certainty. Are you saying more might come? The corridors and back doors have always been the ring's turf, clock, and those Valvist beasts have endured as a long-standing faction within the ring. If they've got that much history, they must know many backdoors, both the origin and destination points. Alan clarified what she was hinting at. Yes, compared to them, we lack sufficient knowledge of alternate routes, which makes it difficult to prevent infiltration. No need to concern yourselves over much. Even if that were the case, it is unlikely they would move on the House of Spiders so soon. Eh? They could always rush for a surprise attack, though. Even that Valvist Maestro seemed to lack clear intel on the event that took place at the House of Spiders. If so, it follows that they will need time to assess and deliberate about the situation. The situation? The logical scope of their concerns will be identifying the organization that has secured the House of Spiders, the possibility of additional traps beyond the back doors, and the likes. Once all backdoors related procedures tied to the House of Spiders are completed, the resulting security framework should be able to preempt and block any infiltration attempts. The separation is more than I thought. As aside, why can't I draw the blade? Is it the new scabbard's fault? Yoshio lifted the sheathed sword with an irritated frown, and that's when I felt a faint vibration. The blade was twitching ever so slightly. That quivering was faint. It was seen by all indeed. Damn, I saw it too. Is it possessed or something? Looks like I wasn't the only one who saw the sword twitching. Assault wasn't pleased at all with how Yoshio was talking about the scabbard. Yoshio's gaze lingered on the sword before slowly shifting towards the back doors. Could it be that seeing the scabbard brought back some memory of Arya? Yoshio, do you... Is it an SS? A demon edge? An enchanted blade? Which is it? It's probably neither of those. Nor is it a sentient sword. This presents a fine opportunity to conduct another experimentation of the sword. Excuse us for a moment, Team Leader Allen. Please, feel free to go ahead. The attack just now damaged some devices, so we're going to have to perform some maintenance before continuing. There's plenty of other work for me to do while you're away, too. Are we to return to the headquarters research facility then? No, that won't be necessary. There's a facility here that should prove more than adequate. What do you feel about Alan after what he did with Kira? Fuck that guy. Fuck him and the new W Corp. You can't just hit my gut like that. That's not good. That's not allowed. Damn, we're like what? 2 hours in and we're only done with 3 nods. That's like 1.5 nods an hour. Alright, chat, I'm gonna quickly take a bathroom break. I'll be back in a few. KK, I'm back. Well, let me quickly start writing timestamps. Where the VOD? But yeah, we're by the looks of it, I just get to 50-50 in the time I was gone. I was gone for like a couple seconds. That's on June 24th, let's go! You know what? I'm definitely gonna be done with Limbus by then, so I guess we can start doing Deltarune streams too. I have like 5 games I need to play after Limbus, holy fuck. But come on, why are you stuck at 50-50? Come on. Okay, how far into stream are we now? 2 hours, 10 minutes. I guess I can just do it later. Post stream. Okay, chat. Because y'all can't agree on when I should do the pose, we're gonna leave it to a flip of a coin. Flip a coin. Okay. Heads is gonna be we do the pose now, and tails is gonna be we do it at the end of stream. Make it purple. Now flip that coin! Damn, tails. Oh well, guess we're doing it at the end of stream. Now it's time for more reading. Actually, let me actually see the banner first. Yep. Looks like it's Angdu Ishmael. And... is that an eco? Yeah, it's an eco. How many tickets do I have? I forgot I even had. Oh, I have 1. Kinda disappointing, but okay. Hohenheim brought us what looked like a research lab, lined with cables, rows of screens, and diagrams full of complex symbols and shapes. I didn't know there was a special place like this in the House of Spiders. This is a forward base constructed by Limbus Company following Operation Spider Fire. It did not exist prior to the house's fall. It is intended for additional background investigation and research into regular phenomena observed during the operation. Irregular phenomena? Example: research subjects such as a spatial analysis of the correlation between the emergence of Sinner number 11 sign and the manifestation of possible future. Oh. Looking around, I spotted Sinclair and a group of researchers surrounding him, the same people who had dragged him off earlier. We were accompanied by a gaggle of sinners who attacked along to either watch the show or kill some time while they took a breather after work. Hohenheim, how long will the examination take? With Sinclair's biometric assessment concluded, the analyzer device should be available for the relic now, which means that it should be finished in an hour from now at the latest. The scabbard rattled again at the mention of an hour. I don't know why or how, but the way it swayed almost felt like a child trembling. It's moving again. Come along, Ryoshu. I expect you would want to witness the procedure. Fine. Wait, is Arya still alive inside the scabbard? And she's trembling because she's scared it's gonna be like before? Where she had to wait forever in that safe? That's so sad. Ryosho and Hohenheim headed off to the side. The examination was probably going to start immediately. Time to get to Sinclair then. Wait. I was making my way towards Sinclair. I was getting bombarded with questions when an unexpected figure behind a pillar caught my eye. It was Vespa Crabro with a big piece of paper covered in crooked handwriting taped on his back. Snack thief? Ah, manager. Karan! Karan snacks. Master Stringbean ate up all of them. Sorry, but I think there's been some misunderstanding. Fridge, kick his ass. Not only is this matter not worth pointing fingers over, but Karan also shares some of the responsibility for leaving them out on the table unattended. Still, I would prefer you exercise some more care next time, or you'll put me in a tough spot. Understood. Karan, super sulky mode engaged. Not talking for half the day. Deploying super pass bitter candy. Beep beep. What disabled? Not sure if this is an appropriate request, but may I remove the paper from my back now? It's a little inconvenient for me. Karan forgives this time. Next time, no mercy. No mercy. Best make sure she doesn't listen to that radio channel again. Virgilius really is just a tired dad. Virgilius looked on with an inscrutable expression as Karen peeled the snack thief sign off Vespa's back. Make sure to remember this, so I don't have to think I'm burning through what little candy chance I have left on such trivial nonsense. Thank you. Vespa gave a polite thanks, but he was already begging some off another plate and stuffing it into his mouth. Wait a minute, I was saving that for later. I assumed you were being picky. Well, now you know. Where fucker skipped it. Well, now you know. Yet I still see you gobbling up my share. He took my snack. Too, Virg. Kick his ass. Rodion Romanovich. Hold on. Her last name's Romanovich? She has a last name? Why have we never been made aware of this before now? I am aware that half the total snack budget allocated to each dinner is being filled into your snacking expenses, and now you're reading the LCE supplies as well. Chill, that's just been agreed upon, okay? Besides, that's that and this is this. The lines on Frigidus' brow look deeper than usual today. Hoping to help him out of this endless cycle of snack-related headaches and to satisfy my own nagging curiosity, I threw in our guide and broke his brooding silence with my TikToks. Did we learn anything about Sinclair's sign? Dante is inquiring about the outcome of the research on the sign. I've heard from the researchers, but nothing of particular significance came out of it. To make Enclaves when the coin, he always rolls heads. I've had gluttony for a man with all sloth skills. I said it before though, Rodion Raskolnovic Romanovic. She has a middle name too? Why? And where do you find this shit, Dankist? Observation of this sign has so far been limited to 2 individuals, the manager and Sinclair. Due to the limited accessibility to the phenomenon, the only verifiable information so far has been its existence. Researching that which cannot be observed is bound to be difficult. Faust has a point. Aside from Sinclair, none of the listeners can actually see the sign. And the same would go for the researchers. Even Sonia said only a select few people could perceive it. If there were more individuals bringing signs, there would be a wider pool for comparative analysis of statistical examples to narrow down the scope. However, records indicate no suitable references exist. At present, the research effort is limited to reducing variables such as whether or not the irregular phenomena are tied to the location where the battle took place. By individual signs, do you mean people like Damien and Sanson? Wait, then could those guys do what Sinclair did? Plan some superpowered future self and just wreck everything? Even Sonia? I should step in and put an end to this subject before Roger gets the blues. I don't think so, from what Ishmael and Foss reported back then. Right. Sinclair from the future said each sign carries a different power, I think. Maybe, you know, those layers of light rings they've been used to finish off Cromer. The Sanson dragging us into his story, those could be. Aye, that does seem plausible. So none of that is information we can confirm yet. Correct. As you have stated, any discussion of this subject would not be ventured beyond the realm of wild speculation. Nothing has been proven yet, ergo, fear would be an unnecessary response at present. There is at best grounded in supposition, but it would seem that the researchers are coaxing forth the hypotheses from the passages left in the wake of Sinclair's future self. Oh, that bit about the sign, maybe being some singularity or whatever, yeah? The precise position of the hypothesis was the fundamental principle of the sign's working. Maybe equivalent to those of singularities or relics, but no actionable evidence has been obtained from Sinclair. There is presently no means by which this hypothesis may be validated. I see. Then nothing came out of them dragging Sinclair off for that research. Oh, you also thought I was being dragged off, but still let it happen anyway? No, I mean... I'm kidding. Just thought I'd try going along with the mood. Why am I still so tired? I just downed a large coffee. The odds Sinclair wouldn't have even thought to joke around like that. He's really changed lately, for the better, I think. So did anything happen that we should be worried about? Why does my chat keep freezing, goddammit? Fighting a boss in the Intervallo right now, and damn, the music is peak. The funny leitmotif of Asgard where the guy just screams, Soda! What else could the S in Asgard stand for then? Unless I got Rian while doing the HOS Ryoshu solo, nice! Also chat, does it normally take people long to finish this Intervallo? I feel like the notes are way longer than normal. Best to close them just in case nothing serious came up. Just took some blood, a small skin sample. Oh, and they were also checking if the sun reacts as electrical stimulus. Yeah, and let's fill out some questionnaires too. Things like, please describe what you remember from the battle exactly as it happened, or list the sensations you felt when you regained consciousness. And your memories of that moment have yet to return? No, I don't know if they'll ever come back, actually. Plus that they only exist with my future self, so... Wait, but for my future self to even have those memories, shouldn't I carry them in the first place? Which comes first? A paradox, it would seem. In such case... That Sinclair is merely one branch among many possible futures. If the future unfurls into boundless branches by means of ceaseless bifurcation, then the body of information that constitutes a certain future would scatter into grains more fleeting than dust, too diminished to ever reverse their course and trace their path back to the self that now exists. Is that the theory suggested? Not a certainty, but a plausible interpretation. Here you go again, more of that nonsense only you lot understand. Oi, memory or not, that future guy still came out of him, didn't he? Some part of him has gotta be left in there somewhere, yeah? Like muscle memory or whatever. Perhaps you can still pull some of it out, some of those tricks back from back then. Tricks from back then? Heard you nicked off proper out there. Even pulled off that trick he picked up from that plastered old geezer, right? Not just that, he was using that mang technique quite effortlessly too. What? That glowing ring thing? Yup, the glowing ring thing. Yeah, 2 of them coiled around his weapon. I used the glowing ring thing? This is the first time I'm hearing anything about it. Alright, so what exactly is that glowing ring thing, anyone? Maybe some technique that enhances physical capabilities? Heathcliff also has the potential to do what Earl King did BTW. Then why doesn't he just do it, that dummy? I bit my tongue. I mean, I guess that flashy aura that makes you real tough tough's one part of it, but there's gotta be more, right? Dunno. Could be a secret finger thing they pass down to their members, technique, gear, something like that. Look at it. The Black Coney leader, the lay hang prick, and the nurse wallers we fought. All of them's fingers, ain't they? The notion seems to unravel. For even among the LCD, there were those who came to wield it. And Virgilius too. So what? Only the proper hard bastards can use it? Some posh top and trick, is it? Without anyone particularly prompting it, the listeners slowly turned their gaze towards Virgilius and Vespa. I only learned to wield it from my team leader too. I have a sincere understanding of Shen, but I can claim nothing too profound. However, what I can spare are some rumors, though they are all without proper sources. Rumors? They circulated among the elite fixers and association leadership that there exists a power called Shen, capable of enhancing the body without having to pay excessive upkeep costs. A rumor among fixers, sayest thou? Yes. Even the technique to manifest it, how tour tips really spread through hearsay. Oh yeah, that tracks. That super rookie column in the latest mag bonus fit. Bro's really popping off with it. They're up aura farmed with a shiny mag wrapped around their weapon. It must be that mine eyes are yet to be privy to such a marvel in a video. Wait, are you serious? It's the latest issue literally on the videotape in the back. Maybe you missed it. Video tape? Alas, for many a week have I been stranded from Maffy, raving we have a chance to read not only the prior chronicle but the latest one as well. Woe is me! When I return, I shall feast through the night upon these noble exploits of adventuring fixers. As Don Quixote dramatically spiraled into a state of utter dejection, Otis got into the conversation, her gaze narrowing with suspicion. I hate being tired. From what I recall, the Maslow's Shin grants its users a high degree of physical enhancement. There is no such thing as reinforcement without supplies. No power of that magnitude comes without an equivalent cost to wield it. That power relies on emotion and will for manifestation. It's that which is not consistent, like prosthesis and augmentation. And depending on how it is used, the consequence it demands can usually be comparable to the ego you use. You mean to say that it exacts a toll upon the mind? I can walk you through the fundamentals if you'd like. From what I observed, it appeared to be a technique reserved for those of considerable strength. At our current level, it is not reasonable to assume we could make use of it. Regarding that, our team leader has been conducting intensive research, and according to her, physical strength itself has little bearing on one's ability to learn and wield Shen. As the Yellow Harpoon says, it is, in essence, a power that can be learned by almost anyone, provided they know the proper method of training. Vespa's brow visibly twitched the moment Yellow Harpoon left Virgilius' lips. Yet, yeah, it doesn't seem like he's a big fan of his own title. The Yellow Harpoon, Well, if it fits, I think... He's got those little stripes on his clothes and he uses a harpoon too. Can he argue with that? If I were to exaggerate, even Sun Yi-sung's pre-contract self could manage to learn it. Why must this self of mine be chosen as the choice of comparison? Well, because you're the one pierced one ear. Don't that get to you? Huh? Even so, it would be a mistake to assume it's a power anyone can grasp with ease. As long as you're bound by contract as sinners, your ability to wield it will be severely limited. Unless you rely on particular identities or come up with an extraordinary circumstance. Shame that. Would have been useful. Hey, then what about me? Can I learn it too? Kira, who'd been fiddling... fidgeting with her fingers, raised an arm and asked as though she couldn't hold the question back any longer. Come to think of it, the middle nurse father didn't use any Shen or Mang. Papa never taught me how to use it. I was like I could get strong without a stupid crutch like that. It wasn't that he didn't teach you, he couldn't. He was the one who probably had never once reflected upon his own sins. A piece of trash like him would be incapable of even comprehending such power in the first place. I need to sneeze. Okay, that's better. Vesper's response always came back dripping with venomous hatred, and after the conversation turned to the topic of fixers. Tias will never be learning Shen. Real! Kira must have noticed too, or perhaps she simply couldn't find the right words to push back. Either way, she held her tongue, her expression settling into a blend of frustration and something that looked a little too close to sadness. If you want to reduce it to a yes or no, then yes. You'll be able to learn to the odds in your favor. That is, assuming that the company decides to tolerate your continued existence. I already said I get it. As it stands, you're nothing more than a pending case of disposal, closer to a threat than you are to an ally, strictly speaking. Don't get comfortable because the manager and listeners treat you with lenience. Step out of line, and you will be the one who pays the price. You never wanted to learn Jinarmang anyways, this whole thing is brute forcing. And I'm going to sleep now, good night. Night night, Dankist. There was nothing in what Virgilia said that I could argue with. Kira had been a member of the House of Spiders. She murdered scores of LCE researchers and left us with plenty of memories we'd rather not revisit. For now, we're just working together, not contesting that decision doesn't mean we have no hard feelings towards her. Leaving Kira alone with her thoughts, the listeners slipped back into their own business. Snacks, idle chatter, and conversations about whatever happened around the LCE. The examinations concluded. I suppose it won't be an issue to let you hear the results together. And before we knew it, Hohenheim and Ryoshu returned. Okay, how many notes could this possibly have? Let me check real quick. Battle chapters, it ends at 12, and story ends at 14. Okay, so we're roughly a third of the way through now, and how far are we into stream? Like 2 hours. Okay, then we should... Oh fuck, I have to use the bathroom again. Give me a sec.
晴れに晴れ空よ避け咲いて春のせい降りやめばめでさえあなたを飾る春胸を打つ音からて僕ら春風音に聞く春の風さあこの歌よ投げ晴れに晴れ花よ咲け咲いて春のせいあの雲も越えてゆけ遠くまた遠くまで
どこまでも続くような青の季節は4つ並ぶまだこの前を遮るものは何もないアスファルトセミしぐれを反射して君という沈黙が聞こえなくなるこの日々が色あせる僕と違う君の匂いを知ってしまっても置き忘れてきた永遠のそこに今でも青が澄んでいる今でも青は澄んでいるどんな祈りも言葉も近づけるのに届かなかったまるで静かな恋のような頬を伝った夏のような色の中昨日の言葉がずっと喉の奥に使えてるまた会えるよねって声にならない声
I don't know what I ate, but I nuked my bathroom. All I ate was fucking rice and chicken. What the? Why do I have such a bad stomach ache? Isn't the conclusion first? No. The notion of the sword being a sentient one is incorrect. The locust of will is not the blade, but the scabbard. An ego forged in a rather paradoxical nature, yes. That would be the most appropriate description. Not a sentient sword, huh? Yoshua's grumpy dismissal made the scabbard quiver, almost as if it had taken offense. Somehow, I felt like I could understand what Trondheim went by well now. It was a reunion of sorts, one that gave both a tinge of sadness and hope. If the scabbard has all of its own will, does that mean that the owner of that will can be resurrected? It is too premature to deliberate on that matter. The state of existence under question is not one that may be defined as death at the moment. I assume they asked whether it can be revived or brought back to life, so to speak. Even supposing that survival is a fixed variable, and that the reconstitution of the original corporeal body falls within the realm of theoretical possibility, the probability approaches zero given the limits of today's technology and conditions. We researchers are inclined to entertain even infinitesimal chances, but in the terminology of the lay people like yourself, such a prospect would be labelled impossible, wouldn't it? There is no need to fixate on the impossibilities of the present, Manager Dante. Such matters are reserved for us scientists to hold on to. Right. But we may have uncovered the thread. Something that could lead to restoring Yoshu's memories, though again, that too is merely a possibility. A far more practical avenue for you to pursue at the moment, nevertheless. And to that end, yes, further analysis on the scabbard itself would be necessary. Coordinate with Alan for your next duty. He should still be in the ring nurse father's quarters. That will be all. Monheim cut himself off there, clamping his mouth shut as if any further exchange might scatter and mess up the theories he'd constructed in our conversation. Alright then, before we go, anyone want to tag along? Munching on food, averting their gaze, the listeners were pretending they weren't interested at all. But going by the way their forks had long since stopped moving, it was pretty clear to me that they'd been intently listening in on our conversation. Where are we to go? Right, sorry. Forgot the rest of you weren't with us earlier. Faust, Don Quixote, Ryosho and I have been checking where each back door leads. Oh, and Kira too. The prisoner of war, executive manager? We talking about me? Yeah, I guess I'm working with them too, yeah. Just remember to tread carefully. Should you cause him the slightest harm to the executive manager, you will be held accountable without exception. Yeah, sure, whatevs. Kira needled at Utas with a mocking pout, but oddly enough, she didn't appear particularly irritated. Anyway, I think it'd be better if we had a few more people, just to be safe. One of the doors we went into earlier led straight into the ring's corridor. That was a close call. Utas and Heathcliff's hands shut up the moment I finished speaking. I would very much like to accompany you, executive manager. I knew I could rely on you, Otis. Your recognition of my loyalty honors me. Executive manager, I, Otis, understand better than anyone you're concerned about the peril of working with a prisoner of war so liable to betray. To have your indispensable self proceed with only a handful of soldiers under your command, this cannot stand. I'm afraid I won't be able to focus on other duties without personally seeing to your safety. I get it, Otis. You've made your point clear enough. Not keen on how I just keel over the moment you summon me. It's a bit dodgy, that. Better I stick by your side and scrap it up myself. You probably don't need me to come along then. I guess you could just summon the rest of us like you did earlier if shit hits the fan. A research yet unfinished holds my efforts. I shall join you once it has found closure. I don't think I can be much help wherever you're going. I'll pass. I will follow if that is your order, executive manager. No, it's fine. Just get some rest. It'll probably be okay. I can always summon them again if something gets too dangerous. For now, I should go see Alan again. What about what, Kia? And just like that, we're a third of the way through the Intervallo, yippee! And we've only done one battle, not this whole time. Not even a battle, it's battle story. Who is lacking in levels though? What's weighing down my levels? I guess Mirasalt is the main person, but I don't really have any level up tickets right now. Time for battle!
이번에도 치령의 뜻은 본인과 같군.
Ah, you've arrived. I was waiting for you. We sifted through and isolated the doors with the highest probability of leading into the ring's gallery. The next step would be to enter the alternate door you mentioned, but... Hold up a sec. I was actually gatekeeping more stuff. Huh? Gatekeeping? Are you saying you have more to tell about gates doors? Yep. That door over there. Pretty sure it connects to N-Corp's nest. I saw Bina going in, all hyped about some canned whatever it was. That one a door with bandage wrapped around the handle. Pop it go in there to cross out vengeances. From what the book said, it's probably a turf protected by a thumb or subsidiary or something. Unlike earlier when she offered only vague snippets, even about just a single door, Kira was now feeding Alan a stream of intel that seemed solid even to someone as clueless about the back door as me. She's far more cooperative than anticipated. Even after that Alan character left her up from what I hear. Yeah, you'd think she'd climb up out of spite. I wonder if she changed her mind about cooperating with us. Nevertheless, we mustn't let our guard down, Executive Manager. There's no telling when she'll turn on us. I can literally hear everything you're saying, you know. Alright then. Based on the intel, please proceed by investigating the safest door first. As for the high-risk ones, I'll continue checking and let you know which ones you need to enter. I'll then tinker to the devices around him and flash a couple doors with blue light. Guess that means we can start with those. Where do you guys want to go first? They look about the same. Just start with the closest one. Well, Alan did say these are the safest ones, so it shouldn't matter which one. Just as I reached for the nearest door, as Heathcliff told me to, the usher suddenly veered off, stopping in front of another one that stood a few steps apart. This door. It feels familiar. You recognize that door? I think I passed through it a few times when I was little. Hardly had Ryoshu stopped speaking when a fragmented memory painted over in parts slipped into my mind. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Oh, I know, let's go for a walk. But I don't recall too much. That memory just now, could it be tied to Arya? Let's start with that door. Okay, this one, yeah? Here we go. Impatient as ever, Heathcliff shoved the door open and strode in first. The rest of us followed, including Kira and the other sinners. And this place is... Judging by its state, it seems to be a welfare facility located within a nest. Most likely a park. Every start walking he's dragging some animal along. Means he got money to burn. Proper rich lot, this place. Walk! The past Ryoshi mentioned in her memories, and the sight of people fussing over their pets. The pieces clicked together, and I voiced the other memory I saw back at the House of Spiders. Did you ever come here with a puppy named Zaro? Yeah, I remember that. Not a puppy, though. Zaro was a bit bigger by then. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Why isn't she getting any better? I gave her lots to eat. Oh, I know. Wanna go for walkies? You love walkies, don't you, Zaro? There's this workshop Dad always visits. The door there is connected to a park. We can go right now. Yoshi's childhood memory burnt bright in my vision before passing. That was her as a kid? Verily, such gentleness doth seem most unlike thee, younger Yoshu. Hey, look. Who said you could show them my memories willy-nilly? No, come on. You know it's not something I can control. Gee. Back in the House of Spiders, I was the only one who could see the visions of Yoshu's past. This time, though, her memories seemed to manifest for everyone around, just like what we experienced in H-Corp with Honglu. Which probably means... Why are you all staring at me? That's so random, what the hell? Did you not see that just now? See what, you guys stolen out together? Guess that doesn't apply to Kira. Then again, unlike how it was between Lindeyu and Honglu, Kira doesn't have any direct connection to Ryoshu, so I guess it makes sense. Was that adorable pound thy companion of old, young Ryoshu? Indeed, my one and only best friend. And because of that, sorrow could be locked away in the vault every time I had to depart on an assignment, with a spiral driven through her. The first ever leash, looking back, it might have been a kinder fate had she died sooner. To inflict such cruelty upon a voiceless animal, how can such wickedness be born? Hello, I'm back from the underworld of solitary confinement again. Hi, what is? Welcome in. I think nearly all caught up with Limbus story. Hi, Burger, welcome in. Y'all are finally pouring in, yay! So yeah, we are slowly starting to get through Canto 9.5. We're what, 3 hours in and only on like 5, I'm pretty sure. What happened to Saru in the end? She died before her time. I don't recall why, but there was this day when Saru wouldn't stop whimpering in pain, and I shut myself in my room, crying.
You?
Where?
Not someone else?
Who else? Oh, see, it was me. Even after witnessing that fragment of memory, Heathcliff looked utterly unconvinced. And while I was grieving, Callisto offered a solution, said he would give me a gift the next day. And what I received was something he called the Beastbone Blade, a tanto that would whine and yelp in Sarah's voice with every swing. Ew, no way! I always knew there was something creepy with Robo-Ank, so that's how he killed your dog, huh? No, he didn't kill Saro. The Tantu was alive. Did you just say alive?
Bloody hell. Alright, nodded that psycho.
Her eyes were embedded in it like adornments, and his threat me an accusation. The tiny heart beat as though it was quaking with fear. It was a horrible sight, and I felt pity. So I shortened what remained of her time with my own hands.
Got me thinking after hearing all that. Why do you still mess with that art thing then? Let's be honest, after seeing something like that, you would want to steer clear of, you'd want to steer well clear of it, yeah?
Right? Those things he called artwork are also cursed. Straight up nightmare fuel. Like, I haven't really checked out other ring artworks yet. Other ring artworks outside of being at her nurse father's. So maybe I'm just a noob when it comes to all that, but yeah, their stuff never really gave me any art vibes, for real.
I thought the same.
Well, I was terrified at first. Yet, as I learned more, there were some facets that suited my tastes. Thou findest appeal in those grotesque creations? From what you've told me about Callisto, it looks like he failed to stick to his own advice. But there's something he always used to say. Art is wholly subjective, and thus one must never expect the understanding of others. The uncanny, the horrible. There's a beauty that lies in the grotesqueness of it all.
I'd say quite get it, but if you say so. Nah, bloody hell. How do you end up getting used to that kind of thing?
Why do you need to understand? You're not an artist. I got used to it, but that bastard Callisto's installation artworks caused night terrors and nightmares for it. The scabbard moves and Yosho came to a pause. It trembled, but there was at once a strange liveliness to it, as though it quivered between fear and anticipation. Night terrors. Crying from terrors in the house, crying from nightmares in the house of spiders. There was actually someone who got scared of ring stuff back in your day? I need to check something. We've seen enough here. Let's go back. Yeah, let's. Nothing else was checking out around here anyway. With the inspection complete, we quickly followed Ryosho back. She stood in front of the artworks, covered in sheets of cloth, lost in thought. Right here. There used to be a huge artwork displayed here. I don't know what kind of impulse struck him, but the bastard went about fussing, saying he needs practice when it loses touch. Mommy. What's wrong? Over there. I thought I told you to keep the exhibition in your room. You've returned, Yoshihide. I decided to attempt installation art of a somewhat larger scale this time, much out of space in my gallery. Mommy, people were screaming. Dearest Yoshihide, Arya has reached an age where she may be introduced into the world of aesthetics. Surely this wouldn't be a problem? It would. You liking it and me acquiring the taste doesn't mean Arya will. Let's get you back to our room. I was hugging something in my arms. It was crying. Sorrow? No. Too big to be sorrow. The lacerated memories can never be made whole, no matter how many fragments are glued together. We could tell Ryoshu everything we knew about Arya, but it would never truly reach her. I see. The hollow void. It must be Arya. The sensation and emotion for it's been emptied begin to entangle with Ryoshu's memories. And that makes it impossible for us to reminisce about Arya together. The soft rattle Arya gave seemed to show how pleased she was with the small step. Alright, time to check out the next door. We entered several more back doors that Alan pointed out. But unfortunately, none of the places we ended up had stirred Ryoshu's memories any further. Pretty much nothing here. I think we done. What the? How'd they get in here? Startled, Ryoshu pointed ahead, where figures were wearing animal masks or hunting what looked like massive lumps of flesh hidden behind a tent of sorts. Those ring assailants from before? Didst thou not say thou had sealed the door earlier? How then did these villains come to stand before us once more? They probably infiltrated via an entirely separate route, another back door. As you can see, their objective appears to be the retrieval of the Ring Nurse Father's artworks. Get on with it. We need to move as many pieces as we can before we pull out. Wait, but I thought Robo-Uncle was washed. You got so many fanboys and fangirls here. Does this artwork possess value in and of itself? Or does it just cause a posthumous premium of death effect? Think about it. Some of the pieces have already been taken. Of course, they are of little value to both our companies. Watching them sitting and struggling to drag those mediocre pieces with them. Pretty funny. But imagining how those pieces will be labeled with some pathetic notion of heritage, connected to my name on their description plaques? Pretty unsavory. They may be preoccupied with transporting these objects for now, but they will likely soon find cause to harm the Wayfarer and the LCE personnel stationed here. Executive Manager. It would be prudent to eliminate them without delay, considering the ring's reputation. Otis is right. We're to wipe them out before they try anything stupid. Guys, looks like we've got another job to do. Lend me a hand. The radius didn't buzz with the replies this time, but it should be fine. I'm pretty sure my chat froze again. No. Never mind, it didn't. But I'm just pretty silent right now. Okay, time to start psyching.
예측은 의미 없다는
아이씨, 짜증나게.
저려. 그쯤 해줬으니 포장지 한번 벗겨야겠군.
좋아, 이번에는 제대로 들어가.
바로 그거다 딸래.
감히 중지를 건드려? 전부 새기고 기억한 뒤 척결한다.
Okay, time to win race again and just hit an evade.
아이씨, 짜증나게. 이 정도쯤은 본인은 최선을 다했다고 말해주시길.
These guys are all a bunch of fodder.
이 자리에 있는 것
Low-key chap, to be honest.
거창을 새겨주지. 그래, 딱 반쯤 죽여버렸어.
짜증나게.
쌍둥 이항에 맞추려면 그게 체격이지.
Oh yay, people are starting to come in again. The sleep agents have been summoned. Arise, my friends. Hi, Mrs. Walty, welcome in. I must finish Kanto 9.5.
다인가? 뜨거울 거야.
This pace is actually horrendous. What do you mean 3 hours and I've done 5 notes?
절박하게 갈망이 있으며 헤아릴 수 없이 저주했으니
그래, 이 정도 이벤트는
I said I haven't done my puzzle on the new banner, but I'm saving that for the end of the stream.
위에서 남은 연료라도 수정해야 합니다.
Renovate again and wait. Saikai is honestly my favorite team right now. I can't wait for this season to be over though, so I can start charting the fucking what's it called, the hay shoes. So far I only have the mouth pack and Lord Low.
당신을 죽여라 절규하는 내 모든 시간들의 아우성이
저들은 없었어. 우리의 밤까지 침대하려는 겁니까?
이 순간이 다
Why is this fight taking so long? They're a bunch of Father Ring members. Just kill them, Ryoshu.
그도 안녕 몰아치는 것을 낮도 밤도 지워 숨이 닿도록 베어내고
저것들
중지를 건드려
전부 녹여서
전부
썰어버려도
새기고
상관없지?
기억한 뒤 척결한다.
Okay, Winrate again. I only have. Never mind, I don't have any left actually, so I can just
이 순간이
start
다
winrating.
베어내리라
Average Rupture fan versus base Bleed Enjoyer.
원망도 터지나
I love bleed porn.
베어내리고 원망도 옅어지나
일꾼들이 다 함께 벽을 이루어졌습니다.
어머니의 기쁨 벌써부터 느껴지는 것만 같습니다.
Clinically insane charge mean? I don't even understand what charge does. To be honest, I have never even read a single charge ID. Clinically insane charge mean? Hello Radhi, hi Nunathi, welcome in. With this, the last of the ring's infiltrators has been eradicated. Is that all of them? Rosho kept glancing around as if searching for someone, but unfortunately... no other ring members were in sight. You don't need to know, use other modalities if you want absolute envy res. Yeah, that's what I'm planning on doing, Miss Walty. The only ones I need now are... I'm pretty sure Don Quixote and Sinclair. And then from there, I'm just gonna need a couple more sinners to round out the Envy-Res team. Which ones would you recommend?
Right. But where the hell were those lot coming from anyway? Weren't just the first wave had more of those sods legging in from the back. Like they'd been lurking somewhere else.
Give me a sec, I got a phone call. Okay, I'm back. Arcor parties are fine since they use envy skills. I personally use Arcor upon glue or Lamite Cracker. Since the others attacks class and want to interrupt the ARAS. Oh, wait. The attacks have to be back to back for ARAS? According to the tracking logs recorded by the surveillance devices installed here, they appear to have crossed over from another corridor. Yes, damn, I did not know that. Another corridor? What precisely does the designation another corridor refer to? The room resembling a shopping mall, the one filled with batches of toys on display. Your company, if I recall correctly, designated it as the corridor of the middle nurse father. Oh. I suggest we relocate there. The assigned tasks here have been wrapped up. I can't stick around because of school, but another banger stream title has hit the home feed. Hi, originalist of Moors. Good luck with school. Oh, and before we set off, do you have any information to share in advance? We are planning to compile a comprehensive encyclopedia cataloging the notable characteristics of these corridors and all their connection low-key. Your cooperation will be most appreciated. Kira seemed to hesitate, gnawing at her nails as if she were going through an inner struggle. Before long, however, she snapped out of it like she'd locked in on a decision. Sure, I got stuff to tell you, like hella stuff. Some parts are kinda fuzzy, not gonna lie, but I can still recall like 20 places clear enough. I mean, it was home for me and Papa, so... I got nothing. I never once regarded that fucker's room as a home. My memories of it are all fragments at best. The fragment gave a faint, restless stir. Perhaps it wanted to comfort Ryoshu in the only way it could. Unaccompanied by its tremors, began moving towards the corridor of the middle. Also, chat, how the fuck does tremor work? I'm done playing Refrain. Yippee! Welcome back, Kia! I've been lurking, yay! Also, chat, how the fuck does tremor work? You could also use Pinky Ryoshi for middle team, but you have to always make sure she attacks first and uses a bait in the first 2 turns. Got it, thanks for the tips, Miss Walty. Okay, you stack tremor potency, then you burst that tremor. How do you burst the tremor though? Same thing with rupture, I have no idea how either of them work. Tremor increases the chances of enemies to get staggered. Oh, okay, got it. With tremor burst attacks, okay, so it's like specific attacks and it will tell you which ones it is. What the fuck, Rupture Easy? I don't understand it though, Kia. I'm too lazy to read anything after the story. Ruptures just take damage equal to potency, literally just that. Oh, okay, so I just have to stack as much rupture potency as possible. Okay, I understand now. And accompanied by its tremors, we began our move towards the corridor of the middle. Chat, out of the nurse fathers, which one would you say was the best parent? You know what? I'm not gonna use the easy way out. Yeah, never mind. This team looks abysmal.
마침내.
Callisto cared about Yoshi's education at least. Everyone else's bums. Let me have 5 attack animation. You trigger rupture 5 times. Okay. I mean, what did it say? Everyone is bums. Rian at least cared somewhat, I think. And Matthias was like a kind of shallow, yeah, but he wasn't really abusive. He was more so just neglectful. The heck? They swiped everything that wasn't nailed down, huh? Fret not. I espy that their half of thy worldly possessions are articulated fixer figurines, video game cartridges. I'm not talking about my toy box, okay? I had hella many of them anyway. My TV is gone, the couch too. Matty is fine, but he's too obsessed with revenge, as every middle member. True. He was a decent father, but a shit brother. I mean, up until he fucking tried to gojo his own daughter. Benzina, Pinky, Callisto. Why was Callisto bad? Pinky and Benzina I get, but why was Callisto bad? Matthias is the biggest threat in HOS. How do you get kicked from the syndicate that punishes you for trying to leave? I mean, he didn't really leave, did he? They just kind of exiled him. It's actually kind of like what Japanese companies do if they want to fire someone. They just put you in your own little box and hope you decide to leave on your own. As Kira said, only conspicuous empty spaces left where the television and family couch set used to be. Oh, those? LCE researchers hauled them away. From the sound of it, they're going to set them up in their staff lounge. As for the leather and the ornaments, they said they'd be selling them off. Yeah? Otis seemed to notice something the moment she caught Kira's wistful look. The corners of her lips curled to a faint smile as she spoke with a faint nonchalance. Who knows? With sufficient cooperation, perhaps they'd become more receptive to the idea of returning those items. Assuming much? I never said I wanted them back. Anyways, I'll tell you all about what I know, so come this way if you want in. These two doors here are made from paper and wood, so they connect to S Corp. And that one reinforced with steel, that one is to V Corp, Backstreet Square. Oh yeah, I don't know how I already forgot that Callisto killed Ryoshu's puppy and turned him into a living sword. Saru, no, I go. Having lived here and made frequent use of the doors herself, Kira was clearly the right person for the job of identifying where each door Wayfarer Company had asked us to explore led. Directed by Kira and accompanied by Alan, we checked the doors one by one. Good work. All data seems to match. Thank you for cooperation. Until there was just one back door left to open.
I know this isn't anything new, but I've got to say, these back doors are just bloody convenient. Them portals too. It ain't doing anything shady like the warp trains either, is it? This is as simple as turning the knob and entering. Seems to me like you'll outpace your business rival in no time.
I'm a bit hard-pressed to agree with the too convenient sentiment when it comes to using backdoors and portals, but since your intent was to claim Wayfarer's superiority over the current W Corp, I'll take that as a compliment.
Did I say something wrong?
Every technology comes with a cost, Heathcliff. Happily said. Well, this has been a workday relatively free of casualties, thanks to the quality information you have provided. To understand that Wayfarer Company's primary services include pathfinding, path security, and path maintenance. Each of those services is fraught with life-threatening dangers for employees. Some never return after embarking on a pathfinding journey. Some are killed while battling monstrous entities whose exact natures haven't even been confirmed yet, that appear in the limited space between paths. It also costs a pretty penny to keep the secured path well secure. I would say operating cost is on the rather steeper side, especially considering that we are also trying to prevent our rivals from taking this corner of the market. Thinking back, I don't think I've ever seen Alan enter the door to a new location with his helmet off. It must be one of his precautions, just in case. Maybe his dry smile and unsettling lack of reaction to anything, or his that he's simply seen too much to be faced by most horrors. Still, hard work's gotten considerably easier for this job, thanks to the help from everyone here. Honestly, this partnership is working much better than I'd expected. Very well then, let's take a look at that last door. It's a door Papa used to walk through all the time. I followed Kira into the door. The second I crossed over the threshold, a breeze carrying an oddly familiar, salty smell tickled the tip of my nose. The tip of my nose, one of my clock hands. This one connects to somewhere in the general Great Lake area, it seems. Welcome to Corp's giant stingray port ship. Stingray, huh? Why does that ring a bell?
Hang on a minute. Is that place in it? That port ship that has Salon de Mode, the private hair salon.
Dear God, is Ricardo gonna show up again? Heathcliff chimed in with a shudder. as though the sheer weight behind his words terrified him. What? Does it signify then that we shall finally be made audiencing Heathcliff and his hairdo most luscious?
Ugh, quit it with that luscious nonsense, lass. Why encourage me now when you were so cavalier about blessing my villainosaurus back at the lake?
Indeed. Alas, 'tis true that punishment draws upon a merry band hath severely outweighed the crime. Wouldst thou not agree, young Heathcliff, that to put the coupons to use would remedy thy painless smidge?
Bugger it. I haven't got anyone to spruce up for anymore.
Sweet, then can I use them? We were regulars at the Mola place, Papa and me. Papa would ask the middle farm for a favor, and it brings loads of coupons back home. They give away a hair coupon every 10 visits, you see, so why am I even yapping about all excited? They better give Kira those coupons. Kira, who seemed ready to launch into a cheerful rant, came to an abrupt pause like a back tripping over a ledge. Her face fell as she lowered her gaze and scuffed a pebble away. Looking back, I guess Papa did hella care for me, so why? But it's also true these guys went out of their way to get me out of there, even though they didn't know me so well. Why that gotta be so complicated? Not the scare you that unaesthetic BC? The heck's a BC? Old cut. Bro, listen. Like I said, that's not how you shorten things. For some reason, Yosha seemed almost gleeful to Akira correcting her acronym. It was reminiscent of that self-satisfied look she'd get after confusing us with these acronyms, especially during the early days of our bus journey. Thinking back, ever since Synchronous translations became reliable enough, the listeners had less reason to voice their frustrations with Ryoshi's acronyms, which in turn gave a fewer causes to snicker about. I'm not sure why, but something tells me that she might be making her acronyms ridiculously incomprehensible on purpose. If your conjecture is correct, Executive Manager, she has one tasteless sense of humor. What I recall, the toys and games he was into were pretty retro. Must have been annoying to play along. At first, but the more I played along, the more I got into it. Still corny and juvenile as shit, though. I know aught of that conflict within thee. Trifling and apocryphal they may be, yet we were all compared to build hindwards at the interest of the family. Yeah, I wanted to know what Papa was into to really get what he was talking about. Besides, I needed to know these things if I wanted to chat him up and talk about a mutual subject, so... You tell me about you all the time, Yoshihide. No shit. And a day went by without him saying stuff like Yoshihide learned this in 2 days, or yeah, this is Yoshihide's fave, you know? Too bad I wasn't here to tell you that his words aren't worth shit. I once thought of him the same as you do now. A good man, at least among the nurse fathers, caring enough to bring me gifts. But one day, I realized that he never understood the things I really cared about, even when his life had depended on it. One day thou sayest, pray tell, was there aught that had changed thy perception of that man? That I don't remember when or why, just that it happened. Wait, I might know this. Was it something that happened at school? Papa told me that things started getting awkward between you and him ever since you quit school. Bullshit. I've never been to school. I never even thought of wanting to go to school. Matthias must have been talking out of his ass again. Huh? No way, bro. I even saw a clip of it. What? Papa showed me that video when he was teaching me how to use these doors. I even saw a baby you going, I'm off to school, Dad, in that video, so I'm pretty dang sure. I don't. As Kira went on, Yosha's confidence from her initial retort seemed to slip away. We couldn't blame her, so much of her memory had been mutilated. Yosha didn't sound like she was denying it out of hand, though. She seemed to mean it when she said she'd never been to school and I'd never even wanted to. And I want to glimpse the fragment of memory that it made her say that. The moment I willed it, a scene from her past suddenly flashed across my eyes. Holy shit, can Dante control that ability now? Very well, Yoshide. I registered in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from a school. There is a subsidiary of the ring. Academy. You sure it was about school? It was a school? Not like an art academy or something like it? Perchance it be an academy, not a school? Wait, that kinda makes more sense, yeah. Must have been an academy, not a school. Academy of Art. Huh. Yoshi muttered a few words as though they were pieces of a puzzle she was assembling. Then after a brief moment, she turned toward me with an astounded scoff and a look of mild irritation. Clock. You deserve a smack. Ah! And then lightly smacked me upside the head with a scabbard. What was that for? I can now just spam that shit. Oh, now it's over for the sinners. No more secrets for them. This memory sucks, Clock. I would have been just fine without it. But at least I got to remember the incident that changed my perspective on Matthias. Dad, how do I go to a school? School, Yoshide? Well, I don't see why you would wish, let alone need to go to such an institution, when we nurse fathers are here to provide you with all the education you require. You would later find our unique side of homeschooling to have much more enlightening than trudging through any of the Nest's formulaic education systems. He abused the heck out of Durante in this Intervallo. True, I guess. But Dad, I saw him in a picture book, and I didn't have any friends here. Orion is pointless. But it is true that there are qualities that can be learned only through a group erudition that engenders competition. Very well, Yoshihide. I would register in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. Really? I intend to send Yoshihide to an academy as part of my educational curriculum. There is an Academy of Art, a subsidiary of the Ring. Companionship with other talented children of approximately her age will nourish the spirit of inspiration that will guide Yoshihide's growth. The prescript approves. But Callisto, I'll tell you now that you might be making a mistake. And how are you so certain of that? Do elaborate if you can, and puppet of the prescripts, by whom every aspect of existence is articulated. What do you even know of choice, of what is right and wrong? And off they went. Perhaps a little more situational awareness would have prevented what is to come. Someone having private time? Nope, Malkith! Callista found me a rather decent academy. The artworks that uses camera when I was alone weren't so bad when I was with other kids. No, that's not quite it. It'd be more accurate to say that I started to understand people's perspective on beauty. Of course I would. And all we ever did was nod along to the lectures and spot purple prose. All the while making pincushions out of people's bodies like it was nothing. Our lesson today will focus on corpus techniques. Oh man, sure do hope nothing is eating a eat right now. Right about now, would be a shame if this only fell asleep on it, Dante. Dante just disrespecting all listeners' personal time. And that's why the clanky dad is the only responsible nurse father. He killed our dog! Kill that man! Now, take a good look at the diagram here. Then the mannequins before you. Weave the blood vessels into the same pattern as a diagram and... I didn't even know why we're learning about corporate stuff in this day and age. Right? What's the point of this? What's the point of this slug? I don't get what the point of this slug is. Dyeing and shaping blood vessels to make a color that's a drop of ink into better. I read that in a book. I'm more excited to learn about Cubist techniques than this crap. Honestly, why is this washed up moment even a part of the curriculum? It's just boring shadow gore stuff. No, it's gory. But it's so boring and shadow only because you guys are bad at it. What? Aw, you mad because your daddy's a lame corporist? Oh, is he? No wonder his stuff is just as... ow! I was taught that people who say bad things about my family deserve to get their butt kicked. Them bad-mouthing Callista wasn't actually what set me off. I didn't have any special reverence or attachment to family like Matthias did either. That's just what I was taught to dislike, that's all. Just one of those tantrums kids of that age have. Kids will be kids and all that. I'm home, Dad. Hey buddy, you home early? Oh man, must have been playing rough today, huh? You got dust all over. Got into a fight. A fight? Yeah, they kept saying dumb things about class stuff, so I smacked them. What about you? They didn't hit you anywhere, did they, buddy? On my cheek, but it's okay because I punched them this many more times. Did I do good? That's my girl. Dad? Where are you going? You know, just some business to take care of. Why don't you sit tight and work on a coloring book? Daddy'll be home before you know it. Okay. Is it pro business? No, it's family business. Oh no, Matthias, don't! Wait, what's he gonna do? Is he gonna have a calm, polite talk with the teacher and the students' kids? I ain't seen what's so bad about taking care of your own. Let them some snuts don't earn respect unless you beat it into them. Huh. If only he had been a simple-minded fool like you, then the story would have ended right there with a pat on my head. What? Papa, I mean, the middle doesn't stop there. It never does. You hurt a member of the family. That automatically gets you written up in the book. Yeah, and he did what he did. And he did what he did in the end. Huh? There you are, Yoshihide. This class started already? My diligent little girl. Wonder who she takes after. Dad? I know. I thought I'd be back before you know it, but I got a bit lost trying to find my way through the ring bastard's tricky mazes. You know how they are. Oh yeah, there are so many sniveling brats here. Well, as for the crimes, there's my buddies face real hard enough to leave marks. That's an arm for you. As for the instructors, well, anyone would agree they did one solid job for keeping these tykes under control. In that case, pursuant to Title 2, Section 52 of the book, execution by beheading, they clearly don't got much use for it on their shoulders, eh? How'd you like it, buddy? Papa's the best, ain't he? How dare he? Such senseless barbaric violence. Uncultured, uncivilized animal. Do not be discouraged, dearest Yoshihide. I doubted another academy worthy of your talents. It is a much more significant, prestigious institution this time. I assure you, even an intemperate berserker like Matthias won't dare force his way into such a place as he did the previous academy. Don't wanna... Yoshihide, I don't want to go to an academy. I don't want to go. I don't need friends anyway. For all his posturing, nothing that was ever important to me held any significance to Matthias. He took a lot away from me just to feel good about himself. So I hoped he, more than anyone, would never find out about those things I held dear, because I was afraid he would take them away from me, just like he did the others. Matthias' biggest feat beating first graders. He is such a bum. Man, them literally had to beat on toddlers. But he'd always catch on faster than he had any right to. Every construct that took me away from the house of spiders made me tremble in anxiety. Because I was worried about, I don't remember what, but I do know that I could never stop thinking about my room. So whatever occupied the room in my absence must have been the most precious thing to me in the world. The scabbard, which had been stirring lightly as Josh recounted her past, soon began to rattle audibly. It's doing that thing again. Yosho patted the scabbard with a gentle, reassuring hand. The scabbard that was once Arya, a memory without attachment. It appeared to me almost as though she was pacifying a crying child. Motherfucker really brings down middle PR even in his grave. Funny how we are all grazing Mattu with the Utias for doing the exact same thing. Oh no, Matthias is a bum, right? But Utias is a goated mother. Seeing that gesture, Heathcliff briefly cast a sullen yet faintly expectant gaze between Yosho's scabbard and my device. He must be thinking back to his last conversation with Catherine. But Catherine's existence, unlike Arya's, was erased by the golden bow itself. I doubt this device could do anything for Heathcliff at this point. From everything we know, the Ringner's father seemed to have been the least awful parental figure in your childhood. Huh? Yeah. Didn't know that Rob Uncle was such a radical guy. He sent you to the academy like you wanted and even got angry on your behalf? Oh. Hazy memories. I forgot to mention. A few days after that, Callisto left a snowman by my pillow as a gift. It was made of heads. Heads? Yes. Decapitated heads from the incident at the academy, threaded together into a sculpture. Thinking back, it was one sorry excuse for an art. It's hardly mistaken if you think some low-effort bullshit like that could make me feel better. There's no limit to the glaze! Gender equality is finest, everyone. No, it's simply the fact that Utias and Matthias are not the same, because Utias is a goat and Matthias is a bum. Could have spared us the details, lass. Well, with that covered, do you guys want to head back? Hang on. What's up? Gonna get that luscious treatment before heading back? Shut it, you. That ain't it. Look. Look there. Those blokes walking out of the salon. Oh shit! Bobs, ain't they? They found us. It would not be odd to find the field branch of the Ring's movement in different districts of the city, especially that of the Fawcett scale. However, various evidence, such as their masks and the fact that a group has immediately drawn their attention, suggests that they are in the same pack as ones making regular incursions into the House of Spiders. No, Otias also killed Kira. This Kira didn't come back to life. But Otias is still got it, Kia. You have to see the vision. Ratty, remember, every idea of a nurse father is worse than the nurse father we have in our world. How is OTS worse? She is literally the god. She is a hot mommy and calls you a good girl. I didn't read her story and I'm gonna read it soon. I'm gonna finish Chapter 9.5 first. This is LCB we're speaking of. This is LCB speaking to Team Leader Alan, requesting immediate commencement of lockdown sequence. Copy that. And why don't we... Holy shit, guys, stop!
Bloody hell, what?
Don't you know where you are? You're smack dab in the middle of You're smack dab in the middle protected turf. Cause a scene, and brothers and sisters of the middle be here any second. Oh yeah, that's gonna be a problem. We've already drawn the rings and wanted attention. We certainly don't want the middle after us to the House of Spiders too. We Project Moon fans can't read! She's just doing copium, www. No, I'm not doing copium, I'm speaking facts, Kia. Utias is a god. Right, you don't have to justify evil for your taste. Fine, I just like evil women. Sounds like you've got a GI. Fuck. Ever played Whack-A-Mole? Like, why give ourselves a countdown? Just head back through the door now and beat up whoever thinks it's a great idea to walk in through the door. Well then, biz take. Coping harder than Farmwatch ID believers. You know what? I'm gonna stop coping and just outright say it. I love Evil Woman. Me when she'd literally cut off my leg for not lasting long enough in bed. OTS isn't that evil though, come on, she is still the god. She puts forth a sound strategy, executive manager. As long as there's no high-ranking officer among them, it would be to our benefit. If evil, why hot? Real Miss Faulty, you're so real. Well then, let's do as Kira says. That was quick. Alan blinked, shooting us a puzzled look as our entire squad came pouring through the door, long before he finished the lockdown sequence. I'm not evil though, should I be evil, chat? Either get smart or get evil, Kia. No, don't pull out a fork, pull out a spoon. A spoon. Chat, I headcanon that Ryoshu knew it was called a spork, and she just called it a spoon to piss off Rian. Due to newly emergent complications past the door, we have concluded that this location is the option point to intercept and engage the infiltrators from the ring. This location, you say? Wait. That door leads to a zone under a syndicated wing's protection, doesn't it? Let's ready to fight here, then. Happy to work with someone quick on the uptake. It wasn't long before the Pavas began rushing in through the open door. I didn't want to summon them while relaxing, but, well, it can't be helped. And I summoned the sinners back to work.
이 안정감 있고 부드럽게 잡히는 푹신 최상. 이런 푹신한 날은 안 풀리는 일이 없지.
It's the furries again, kill them!
브레이크 슬랩!
알고 있겠지. 예측은 의미 없다는 거. 저렴.
Incidents and other music in the background. It's truly ideal. Huh? I just realized I don't have face tracking, so I can't see when I nod.
척결한다.
갈고리가 쉽게 들어간다.
그쯤 해줬으니 포장장만 벗겨야겠군.
만복의 시간입니다. 죽어드리는 중.
I was disappointed if RR6 final boss considered section hard. Was the boss easier than the rest of the railway? I still have to start it actually, I haven't done that yet.
이 정도쯤은 아이씨 짜증나게. 본인은 최선을 다했다고 말해주시게.
낫도 밤도 지나 숨이 타도록 배워내고.
그래, 딱 반쯤 죽여버려.
자리에 있는 것
13조 2항에 맞추면 그게 최강이니까.
Section 4 was really hard. Oh, okay. Did you win though, Kia?
버튼을 새겨주지. 좋아, 이번에는 제대로 들어가.
아이씨 짜증나게.
You need to do RR6 ready for more play. True, I'm gonna do it before Wild Purgish Night.
버튼을 새겨주지.
뜨거울 거야. 조금 많이. 내 검은 가져갈 수 없을 거다.
You can't beat RR6 in one stream, Raddy. You can do 2 sections at least. Damn, is it really that long?
절박하게 갈망했으며 헤아릴 수 없이 저주했으니.
통풍을 불릴 수가 없습니다. 옆에 있던 육군 승무원 다 하고 있습니다.
수경, 위에서 남은 연료라도 수정해야 합니다.
Yeah, section 2 is the first time I'm doing it. It took me 2 to 3 hours. Damn. Okay, we got a couple more nurse brothers left, so I think one more bit should be enough.
이 순간이
내가 왔다.
배어내리라.
Give me a sec, I gotta take another phone call.
예측. 불사이군. 몰아치는 것.
그래, 이 정도 이벤트는 보여줘야지.
저작 원문.
방금의 공격. 혹시
How many phone calls do I have to get in one stream? Miss Puppy over here. I'm not that popular, chat. Hi there. Hi, Greencliff. Welcome in.
일어나. 아직 열한 번의 기회야.
Winner time.
순간이
내가 왔다.
배웠느리라.
I hope we can get enough shards before season 7. I really want Picky Ryoshu. I mean, you need pretty much 20 mirror dungeons to get enough. If you have the premium pass, plus quality. And that's if you're starting from 0. Every 20 dungeons is 200. Is 400. I mean 400 shards on average. Not gonna brag, but I got both LCD-ish and Eco-Plate Mirror in one 10 play. Wow, congrats, Greencliff. I haven't done any pulls yet. We're saving it for the end of the stream. Pretty sure we got like 5, maybe 5 nodes left after this. Okay, and that about wraps up the middle's corridor. Thanks to you folks, we managed to cut the door cataloging workload by 80%. I really appreciate everyone going the extra mile to check each and every door too. Made my life a whole lot easier. A solid thanks to the manager's excellent strategy. Next up, the Thumbs corridor. But we actually found a lot of intel lying around here, so I just needed to check some of the doors in its basement. Intel? The manager expresses interest in the aforementioned intel. That. In the Thumbs corridor, we came across a bundle of papers detailing the comings and goings of the Thumbs members and the orders they were carrying. Whoever wrote the logs has been diligently keeping them updated. The last entry was written not so long ago. Uncle Hank coming back in Canto 10, trusting. While the contents of the notes weren't all that interesting, they helped us get an idea of where each door in the corridor leads to. Valencia's shitty scrap papers. She'd been keeping up with that useless shit this whole time? Huh? Useless shit? Remnants of her desperate search for a thread to cling to. You found one of her backup ticket hoards. I've marked any door that need work with a drone. There should be about 3 or 4 of them while you guys do that. I've got some leftover work to take care of over here, so... I've been noticing this throughout our interactions. But whenever anything relevant to his work came up, Alan seemed to have a way of unhearing and moving right past it, as though he didn't even register what was said. Recalling our conversation with Cesara back at P Corp, that deeply uncurious indifference might be just one of the essential personality traits that goes a corporate employee in the city. Understood. We will explore the areas past the marked doors and return here. Thanks a ton. Well then. With Alan returning to where the other Wayfarer company's employees were huddled around, we decided to follow that corridor to the left. Hey, there's someone out there. More of the ring, maybe? Going by their silhouettes, they're unlikely to be members of the ring. Come on, lady, get out of my way so I can see. Oh, it's the detective. Some stubbly guy I don't know, and the airy dude. Sounds like Moses, Gregor, and Hung glowed respectively. The trio's conversation grew clearer the closer I approached them. Moses!
You okay, fella? You bumped your head earlier.
Mine is a fiddle. It was just a minor fall. This is the 3rd time it's occurred. We ought to discuss this issue with the manager once this consultation is over. I think I'm seeing a bump on the side of Honglu's head. Anyway, you know what to do, right? If at any moment you see signs of... Don't worry, Gregor. You made it through the explanation. And the footage both. You're going to be fine again. I believe in you. Look at you now. We're right here where it happened. But your arm is stable, see? Ironically, fear tends to grow most unmitigated when it's distant and unseen. I understand what you might be worried about, but I don't see even the earliest pretense of it. So don't hesitate to share unfiltered thoughts that arise while you're in here. I know what I saw in the footage, but I'm still having a hard time believing it, or... I don't know, maybe I'm just avoiding the truth when it's staring me right in the face. My case is nothing like Don Quixote's. She just need to keep her shoes on and it's all good and dandy for her, isn't it? Things don't work out that way for me. Whatever they're talking about sounds hella deep, guys. You sure about the eavesdropping on him like this? That geezer's always weirdly cagey about himself. Maybe now's a chance to learn more about him. He's trying such an IS about himself for once. Why walk away? Don Quixote gives a nonsensical interpretation of Ryoshi's acronym, as Kira rolls her eyes out of exasperation. Never achieve your potential, Greg. Between the bickering sinners and Kira, however, Otis stands in silence with an inscrutable look on her face. She's listening to the exchange between Moses and Gregor like home possessed. Okay, let's keep listening then. Otis was right, damn it. She was right all along. The war isn't over. It never was. And it can't be over as long as this fucking joke of a gift is attached to my arm. Barbed words. Now, let's revisit a question you couldn't answer while the footage was playing. Hopefully, it's become easier to answer now. You've been using that arm to fight just fine so far. Now, I don't mind fighting hostiles or enemies. I'm not the kind of person who worries about people trying to kill me. But killing my own comrades, that changes things, doesn't it? I can't even control it. There's nothing I can do to even brace for it. It's unstoppable, like some kind of time bomb counting down to unleash a disease you never know when its symptoms are set off. Even Heathcliff, who was always the first to step up when people began to spiral into self-hatred, stood in conflicted silence, his lips drawing a hard, straight line. Besides, Gregor wasn't strong in that, at present, there wasn't any way to stop his transformation should it occur again. We've still got a good chunk of journey left, and eventually we'll have to... No matter what it is that lurks in the past of us sinners, even if they have killed hundreds, thousands, no, tens of thousands of innocent people, will you still embrace them? We'll eventually have to confront an even darker, bleaker truth of the war. Can I really trust Gregor not to crumble under that inevitable pressure? I see. You're afraid you'll end up hurting us. That's what first. I thought I cannot give a hoot whether or not I accidentally killed or murdered some of you. It's a bit saddening to hear that. You know how it is, Honglu. We, the bus team, didn't exactly get off to a rockin' good start. But throughout our journey, I begun to think of you all as my comrades. I was okay with that because I had too much faith in my own weakness. When I realized that I'd grown so weak that I couldn't even take down some backstreet thug with this arm, I was relieved. Imagine that, the same arm, my arm, a weapon that stabbed the heart of countless people during the Smoke War. I'll be honest, when that Hohenheim fella said I was an exception, the thought alone made me hope. Exception, the potential to be harmless, weaker than even a non-combatant like he sang. An empty hope for a life that didn't sound so bad.
We all know how that went though, didn't we? Don't we? Grew up in the worst way possible. And after all that, I just couldn't bring myself to fight again. Because I no longer know when this fear would eat me up again. Because I'm constantly afraid of this damn gift manifesting again. The same fear you've carried all this way, all this time. How did you endure it before? Badly, purely, holding on to the idea that the living's gotta live on and nothing else. This really brings me back years. The memories are so clear that it's like they all happened yesterday. Best to get me off the bus before push comes to. That can't be the answer, Gregor. You can walk away, but the danger of a journey won't leave with you. Taunting the rest of us will still be facing an endless repeat of peril. And it's not like leaving the bus will bring peace to your heart. Our deaths can't be reversed should an accident occur. Even if it comes to the cost of Dante's suffering, the same can't be said for most people in this city. That's something I never expected to hear from you. I guess you're right. If we're seeing this through any kind of event, this would be the place to do so. Not many places in the city have some warmth to them like this does. Boy, this consultation thing's pretty embarrassing. But it's not like I was forced to go through something as traumatizing as yours, Hunklu. Truth be told, I'm not some special case. Everyone who participated in that war must have gone through more or less the same experience. Miss Moses, Otis, and everyone has seen her that piece of work. We can't attach our number to our misfortunes, as if there's something to be measured. When I fled from my past, I tried my hardest to avert my eyes from it, but you, Gregor, you're not like me. Every few steps that distanced you from the past, you'd come to a pause to spare a look towards the path you had walked. All those years that had slipped by, those that slipped you by are dotted with fathoms of suffering that are both ineffable and beyond measure. Different experiences, different pain. Still, there's one thing common to everyone. It's that trauma leaves after effects that linger for a long time. But what are yours? I dislike loud noises and people who talk too much. They sound too much like the cacophony of the war, like screaming comrades who resented me even as they lay dying, and the ones they left in my heart that bled me dry. Lucio, my boy, Lucio is a bum, a fraud, an incomplete textbook, and worst of all, he's chopped. Better. But I thought you were fond of Miss Ezra, Miss Moses. I've talked too much. That aside, haven't you heard your fill? Might as well come out from that corner you're hiding in. Man, then you've been eavesdropping this whole time? I was actually waiting for just the right time to come out and say a few words, but I couldn't find an appropriate moment to... Oh well. I would have had to share this with Manager Budger, the rest of you fellas sooner or later, so I don't really mind, but... What's she doing here? Temporary ally? No. Temporary accompaniment. Don't be an asshole, I'm working my ass off to help you guys. Pleased to make your acquaintance. You're right on time. I've been working on a theory, but I don't have all the clues to be absolutely certain. A word from someone in the know may immensely improve my confidence in the theory. Kira, do you know which door the Thumner's father was most attached to? Huh? No, duh. Duh? What's that supposed to be? What? That's supposed to be obvious? Didn't you guys all see her? Think I just chat up a scary lady like that? Did you just beating the ever-living shit out of Lucy every time I saw them together? Oh yeah, he went down fighting you guys to the end, huh? Yeah, so the stuff about your generosity and all that unfortunately died.
Damn, that's unexpected. Being real for a sec here, I thought he was totally gonna swap sides.
Really? That lad?
And why is that? You know what, the vibes. You guys don't know because you haven't seen him long without the scary lady looming over him. What's up? Gonna stab it right in the spine?
You.
Look, I think you might be turning wrong because, like, you're not improving as much as you should be from all that grind. Let me show you what I learned about sword swings from this comic book. Raddy, that's not a nice thing to say about someone's favorite character. But it's true, he's a bum! He died to the weakest sinner other than Yi-sang. He endures all the abuse and he didn't leave, which makes him a fraud! I'm just joking. Honestly, respect him for enduring all that shit. I'll still sub for Valentina, don't tell anyone. What will he do if someone's in the cinema with OTS? Kill them. Cromer is dead. Cromer, my god! That is not how Master instructed me. The textbook cannot be permitted to have even a single deviation, but means to repay the debt that owes her. Why are you so obsessed with all that crap anyway? You don't even like that old lady. But you're not so different from me in that regard, are you? But what the heck are you talking about? I love my papa. Seriously? I thought things were gonna crash and burn before Yoshida even came home. Suppose textbook and I had that in common. If this one doesn't know, let me redirect the question towards you, Sonoryoshu. Hopefully this touches upon one of your more intact memories. Do you know which of these doors the feminist father showed particular attachment to? Or the doors you used the most often? Why ask me? Fine, yes I do remember. You won't even need to clock outside to piece it back together. It's that one. The door with the metal pieces dangling from it. Holy shit, I almost died out there. Son of a bitch, a fucking fly. Why did those G-Corp fucks even drag those gross pests from? Mom? Are you okay? Do I look okay to you, Tickets? Not really. I'm fine. You know I don't break easy. You'd have been there to see me tear the head off that G-Corp vermin, Tickets. But Mom, your leg's bleeding a lot. Here comes another mission. Boy, they really can't do shit without me, huh? So much for a break. The fuck is this? Bandages for you. You stream on my homepage. Anyway, I'll sleep, can't sleep. Good night, really. Night night, Kia. Is this kid serious? They've got truckloads of expensive treatments on the ready to patch me up the moment I get back to the feet. Well, okay, never mind that. Hey, this works. Mom? Sit tight and don't start any trouble. I'll teach you some sword techniques once I'm back. Must have been her use in the smoke war. Yeah, fighting in the war took a lot out of her and left her perpetually exhausted. But she marched to every battle with a smile. Stop drinking, stop beating me too. Like a blissful idiot who forgot that she was still neck deep in the inescapable pit called the House of Spiders. W. Nagulant Hammer, let's go! I don't care if she's dead, she hates Clanker. Amen, Miss Faulty! The ironic piece didn't last. Sometime after the war ended, someone called the consigliere of the thumb visited the house's produce as a tutor. And that's when she went right back to drinking herself into shit-faced stupor day after day. The beatings returned, and so did the edge in her profanities. It was pathetic. Hold on, why though? Sure, I was on the losing side, but wasn't one I seen on the winning side? A war hero at that. Ever heard of the regulation that prevents small corp participants from moving into I Corp and K Corp nests? The common thread between these post-war rules is that they make the lives of veterans difficult. To beat rules that don't discriminate between winners and losers. I see. Must have been things going on behind the scenes there too. But doesn't that mean that backdoor will drop us into a trench they dug during the war? Yes, and Gregor will be the one to open it. Wait, me? Yes, others can do it for you, but what would be the point? You sure this won't just end up giving him more nightmares? I won't see how this helps him in any way. We do not have any means to treat whatever it is that slumbers within his arm. However, I would surmise that the underlying cause of this sudden transformation wasn't the arm itself. Then what? It's trauma. His arm took control after his psyche was crushed by the weight of the unspeakable memories going back to haunt him. It's not because the arm went berserk that he started reliving his painful past. It's the other way around. If you can't come to understand the war is really over, and that's what others say, no matter how closely they echo to the past, it's not necessarily aimed at you, then you may be able to loosen your grip on the fear, and anxiety to your arm could metamorphose into at any moment. While her suggestions may seem blunt, it is one of the basic treatment principles of MCorp psychotherapy centers. Fine then. Guess I'll open it up. Gregor walked towards the door, grabbed its handles, then paused, taking slow, deep breaths, and with one arm, he gently opened the door. Why are all of you running? You should be taking the lead on the front lines of the G-Corp banner held high. I don't want to die. It's nice to have a place to go back to. Oh, right. Happy 13th birthday. But you can't possibly have the cheek to call me cruel. You G-Corpers were far more messed up than I ever was. Ripping people apart, cannibalizing them. You were nothing but a swarm of fucked up monsters. I thought I'd woken up from the dream. But I was still... Oh, are we going into a battle? Wait, we're so close to finishing!
곧 작전 시작이군. 그러니 다들
Ooh, I have to sacrifice another ring member for Gregor the fuckhead. Okay, then reset this. You first and you, then you.
불이라면 기쁘게
Then
나서지.
you.
어디 보자.
You.
대상 확인했어.
You. And then add the others
시험의
just as
일정이
backup.
잡혔습니까? 엄중한 심사 부탁드립니다.
How long left in the stream? I'm gonna be going until I get to the end of the Intervallo, please. So no, not the new Intervallo, just this one. So it's gonna end in like 5 notes, or I guess 4 after this one. This, please. Eh? It's just pouring out office. I was kind of getting ready to be shocked. Thinking we were about to walk into a war zone or something. You recognize this place? Of course I do. My last job before Limbus company. And my desk was over there. Here's a tip, fellas. When you're working in an office like this, always get a corner desk facing the wall if you can help it. Let's start from the boss man. Out of sight, out of mind, you know? You can do whatever you want that way. Work, chill, or even freak out in terror. This light is on a metal clinking. Nobody will catch you. Nobody will think you're a bother to other people. Say that again. I'm gonna be going until the end of the canto, please. No, not canto, sorry, Intervallo. So like 4 more nodes after this and I'll be done. But like, I guess I do have to do some pulls, so let's do a bit after 4 nodes. Gregor grins. A better mocking smile directed at himself. The only downside of this desk arrangement being people walking behind me to get my attention. I just had to holler, "Hey, vet hire," and I just got right up to them. But others can't do that. So whenever people walk up to me from behind, I get afraid that I might cause an accident. Say it one more time. Sorry about that, my friend. Don't shut up. I'm gonna be going until the end of this interval, so 4 more nodes, and then I'm just gonna do some pulls and then end stream. Vet hire must be about the post-war veteran special employment. Right, but I couldn't possibly complain. Wouldn't have gotten that job without it, you know. Not everyone was lucky enough to be considered for that. I was better off than most. Gregor? Head manager Ted? Gregor whipped around, his hand instinctively leaping to his other arm. There was an unfamiliar man in a clean suit standing behind us. Just say to me when you're ready for MCKK. It really is you, Gregor. I see some new faces with you. Oh wait, you folks must be the new account, but must be account that the guys on the other team asked to leave the meeting room open for. Another new job, huh? I see you've got a new employee card right there. Well, so how have you been doing? Me? Same old. Well enough. It's not like I've got anywhere else to go, right? I'm not surprised you found new work so soon. You're always a dependable guy. Is the pay good? How's life, man? Oh yeah, you were gonna sell that commemorative coin? Some kind of medal, right? Hope you got paid good money for that. Look at me, asking how's life to a fellow citizen. Can't imagine anybody would have anything good to say to that, huh? Moving on. Hope no one's handing you with vet hire shit over there. No, not at all. There's none of that over here. Hey, that's good to hear, man. Glad you don't have to deal with that dank jackass of an executive VP messing with you like he was our veteran himself. You know how many years I had to hear that geezer bragging about how he profiteered from the war? Putting himself up by his bootstraps, but how in every peril is an opportunity waiting to be found? Blah blah blah, I'm preaching to the choir, aren't I? That guy, huh? He's still taking his sauna breaks during work hours? What do you think? The seat missed his ass every day. Oh yeah, and get this. Remember how he used to call you special employment fellas Nepo Wars? A few days ago, his name showed up in the HR report. Guess what it said? Turns out he was lining his pockets with kickbacks when we were choosing the fixer office for a partnership project. There's about to be a vacancy in the office here soon. Really? Isn't he, an actual Nepo? Thought he's a president's family. Yeah, man. It's that bad. It's what anyone ever talks about, the water cooler. If there's anything I learned, is that people obsessed with back-in-minders are all kinda like him. They hate how their glory days are behind them. Kinda like a distraction from how pathetic they are now. Now, a backstreet kid like myself don't have glory days to look back on and yearn for, right? I look back and it's all doom and gloom, if you ever hit rock bottom, you always know the only way out left is to go up. You've said something like that before, yeah. Yeah? Guess it's my own brand of bullshit philosophy. Oh boy, look at me run my mouth in front of our customers. Sorry about that, folks. Oh, don't worry about it. Huh? That's a pretty unique prosthesis you've got there. No worries, but it seemed you're unable to submit those proposals. Gee golly, I'm late. Thank you for snapping me out of it. I'm gonna get one heck of a scolding. Anyway, Gregor, hit me up sometimes, eh? Let's go and catch up over a drink or something. Hope I'm feeling EP. Have a nice day. I'm gonna go me. KK, bye bye, Miss Volty. Okay, I should order that popcorn for my movie I'm gonna have later. Sure, if I got the chance. The manager, who seemed like Gregor's former co-worker, right away, but he didn't forget to give us a good-natured goodbye. I can see a little bit of him in the way you talk, Gregor. Come on, I'm not as old as he does, do I? Moses, who had been quietly observing as Gregor and his former co-worker chatted, exhaled a light stream of smoke and slowly began to speak. Many of us who returned from the war seem to suffer from a certain misconception. When we are told to remember, it does not mean we are burdened to live through the nightmare of the past over and over again. We are not being cursed to relive the pain and suffer it. Both Ezra and I, we are both still trying to be free of the misconception we inflicted on ourselves. Yeah, it's not like I remember because I want to. Well, if you can't bring yourself to forget them, might as well include them in your memory. Might as well include your memory the fact that the war has indeed ended. Fine. You're not wrong there. Gregor stared at his right arm for a while, quietly contemplating. Manager Bud, can't say I can give you any reassurance, but just going on with my life seems to be the best answer for now. I want to ask if you're okay with that, though. I'll manage, but it's you who's going to have to deal with the aftermath. Gregor would always say the same to those suffering from the cruelty inherent in living. Still, live on, just live on. Yet, even as his lips spoke those words, his eyes would take on a desperate and unfocused look, shaded beneath despair. Today, the gloomy gray seemed to give way to just a hint of the blue sky beyond. This may be no more than a single ray of the sun peering through the dark clouds that have long suffocated the sky. It would probably take much more than this for the shadows to be fully lifted, but... Don't you worry, I'll be fine. It's a big step forward for him to have addressed even a little bit of persistent anxiety from his past. When we emerged from the door, we saw Otis facing away from us, hair up and drawn. What do I want? I guess I'll go with salt and cheese for my mixed popcorn. And throw in a... I guess throw in a Diet Pepsi. Or would I want the nachos? I can't decide what I want. Nachos, popcorn, and a drink combo. Fuck it. Let me compare costs real quick. I mean, the popcorn's always like $6, so I can just say that I got a drink with it. So give me that Cheetos crunchy cheese popcorn, the salsa for my first dip and cheese for my second, And a 7-Up. Supreme Nachos, obviously. There we go. Are there any points I can use? I know I have some saved up. Give me a sec, chat. I know I'm taking a little long. Up here. What do you mean, up here? Red gaze? Let me look if I can find the code. When we emerged from the door, we saw Otis facing away from us, her weapon drawn. Wait, I don't think she even followed us through the door. Huh? Were you here the whole time? Yes. I was told by that silent figure that someone has to stay behind and watch the door during those operations. So I stayed and... Aw man! It's those asshats again! Weird. The corridor is not a place for these newbies to be roaming around on their own. As you can see, after a few uninvited guests have decided to visit us through a different door. I looked past Otis just in time to see more puppets going into the corridor through a different back door. They must be trying to find a way to get to the ringers for this corridor. Well, we can't just let them through, can we? Kill them all. Holy shit, Dante's Loki starting to sound like King Von.
가족에게 불이 소리난다면 고만에서 이 성장의 비극을 벼풀어질 것이란다.
안타까운 일이지만 우리에겐 기회일 겁니다. 식사 전수가 늘어날 겁니다.
Okay, let's see. Win rate and Sakai.
그려낸 대로
한 쌍의 상황골과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 티비아의 멜로디가
죽어주는 학교 남자 날려갔습니다. 달려! 그렇다면 바로 그거랑 달려! 자!
Okay, time to Sakai again and hard guard.
이제 갖고 놀기 틀렸다.
좋아, 이번에는
그쯤
제대로
해줬으니
들어가.
포장지 한번 벗겨야겠군.
갈고리가 쉽게 들어간다. 어렵지 않게 연료를 뽑아낼 수 있을 것 같습니다.
알고 있겠지. 예측은 의미 없다는 걸. 마침내 끊어냈나.
남았어도 이 정도쯤은
It's confirmed each nurse brother just has speakers in the room to play their own main theme. Real. I definitely see especially anyone from the middle aura farming by carrying a speaker around.
지금 구해줄 테니.
통풍을 구해낼 수가 없습니다. 옆에들 육군 승무원 다 하고 있습니다.
수경 위에서 남은 연료라도 수정해야 합니다.
Okay, Sakai again. Sakai time. How many are there left anyway? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Damn, there's a lot of them left actually.
영감이 떠올랐어.
이 순간이 파도로 베어내.
필연적. 절대적.
방금의 공
아이,
혹시
짜증나게.
그 자체였다.
낮도 밤도 지나 숨을 타도록 베어낼 것. 뜨거울 거다. 조금 많이 내 검은 가져갈 수 없을 거다.
본인은 최선을 다했다고 말해줄게. 이제야 힘이었나요?
앞을 밝히지. 후회할 것이 잘 보이도록. 앞을 밝히지. 후회할 것이 잘 보이도록.
Okay, how long could these last few notes possibly take?
견뎌왔고 절박하게 갈망했으니 헤아릴 수 없이 저주했어.
보여드려야겠구나.
이 정도 이벤트는 보여줘야지.
예술을.
이 자리에 있는 것
Dear God, there's more of them.
잘못 새기고 기억한 뒤 척결한다. 감상은 어떤가요?
My hair coupons!
좀 더 멋진 상은 남은
들려? 당신을 죽여라 절규하는 내 모든 시간들의 아우성이!
저를 보여준다.
이 순간이 파도 베어내리라. 예측 글쓰아이군. 그럼 안녕.
성천의 기억해보고 대단히 감사합니다. 이렇게 서로 돕고 도와야 가족들도 이웃들도 아이들도 행복합니다.
의식 불명. 좋아, 한 줄 주워주지.
통탄을 그릴 수가 없습니다.
전부 녹여서 썰어버릴 시간 없지?
Okay, we only have one more. There's one more member of the House's party is left to kill before we get full power Yosho.
낮도 밤도 지나 숨이 타도
This fight should be over way faster now.
딱 반쯤 죽여버려.
옅어지나
13조 2항에 맞추려. 그게 제격이지.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
이웃분들이 다 함께 별을 먹었습니다. 어머니의 기쁨 벌써부터 느껴지는 것만 같습니다.
Okay, looks like the next few are.
이번에 읽어줄 동화책은
Hopefully, the next few notes won't be too long. I'm starting to get kind of tired. I mean, we finished what? The ring, the middle, and the thumb. So all that's left is the index and the pinky. You know what, chat? Hold on, I'm gonna go get a drink.
下がり締め付く風の季節は思い馳せるまだ何者でもなかった僕らの肖像何もかも分かち合えたはずだったあの日から少しずつ君と違う僕という呪いが太っていく君の笑顔の奥の憂いを見落としたこと悔やみつけして赤花と咲いて散っていく君にさよなら今でも青が澄んでいる今でも青は澄んでいるどんな祈りも言葉も近づけるのに届かなかったまるで静かな恋のような頬を伝った夏のような色の中君を呪う言葉がずっと喉の奥に使えてるまた会えるよねって声になれない声無限に膨張する銀河の星のすぐように隙間を戻れた
繋いで見失ってかけ違いの愛を探している問いかけは帰らない刻まれた日々に赤い色残ったままその手その目その声すべてあなたといた確かなこと凍えるぬくもり囲み合わせのさよなら繋いで見失ってあなたの傷も消えないまま薄れた日々に戻れないただ間違いの明日を願っている色なせたあなたは覚えてる初めて抱きしめた温度その手その目その声いつか当たり前に持ってたもの途切れた足跡あの日まで戻れるなら繋いで見失ってあなたの傷も消えないままかすれた日々に戻れないなら間違いでもいいなくして繋ぎ合ってあなたの傷が消えないように愛した日々も残っているこの痛みさえ抱えて歩いていくじっと君を見逃さないできっと大人はそれらしくするのでかかりきりになるんだ関心はまだ僕ら真珠のかけらだって昔そこには 寂しいことはないでしょう落ち込む夜でさえ多彩で気まぐれなようにどの人生も悪くはないだろう強がることをし
I'm back. Once we dealt with the Favists who invaded the Thumner's father's destroyed corridor, we left for the indexes. I forgot to pause the background music, that shows what was off. And ran into a few familiar faces, waiting for us at our destination. Huh? Don't you guys have today off? Yeah, but I thought we might as well come along. It's, you know, you keep summoning us while we're in the middle of something, so I decided that it might actually be more convenient for us to be with you in person. Your summoning occurred at the most unideal moment. Now I know you weren't doing it on purpose. The other 3 times you summoned me, I was laying over snack and stopped with a bunch of whipped cream. Today I learned that blacking out and waking up to a makeshift indent in a cake I was about to chow down doesn't make for a very relaxing break. Sorry about that. I should have checked in with you guys before summoning, but I'm still getting used to it. Okay, now you're being too sorry. No hard feelings here, you know. I'm tagging along because I need some exercise, that's all. I appreciate the additional employee assignments. Now if you could share any information you know about yet another corridor. I hang out here all the time, so I know the place a little. There was a super clingy, annoying little, no, that wasn't the mask dude, that was this other, Is there something you don't remember? Oh, right, Kira probably doesn't remember Sora. Sora? I don't think that name rings any bells for us either. Is that someone who used to live here? Yeah. Well, Sora was the index apprentice, so she probably lived here. Forsooth, the index apprentice. Oh, pray tell, wherefore is it that the middle, the thumb, and the ring each have apprentices, yet the index and pinky lack them? It will indeed be quite odd if a mere 3 of the 5 fingers kept an apprentice each. Retrace I might my recollections, yet I find it following a trail of odorless air, invisible and unreal. No, there was someone, but I can't. The representations of the Pinky and Index's apprentices are missing. No, to be more precise, a merciless blade has shredded and reduced them to intangible formlessness. Not refreshing to hear that same impression from someone else rather than myself for once. As it seemed that I was the only one who remembered the 2 apprentices, I traced back to our first meeting and briefly shared what I knew about Sora. Huh. She doesn't sound like a very forgettable character. While the Arashiki got her into ribbons. That would explain why it feels as though I'm recalling a sequence of events, with a critical part missing in between. I can almost imagine her giggling to herself like a creepy loner. And she probably wore glasses too, right? Like one of those gloomy introverts from anime? I see. So that's why it feels like I'm tearing through each strand of a weave. Ryosho? Let's say the words made of strings or threads clock. With every slash, the spell will be cutting through the flow of strands that try to compose one's existence. When an object is severed forever beyond repair, you'd think neither trace nor shape would be left of it. But now that you've pieced together some of it together, it's almost... Instead of elaborating further, Ryosho fell silent again, save for the sound of the tip of her cigarette turning to ash, like she was recalling another incomplete memory. I guess she's trying to avoid over-speculating on what she doesn't know for sure. Damn, that totally breaks the matter. I had a vague idea of how it works, but this is the first time I'm hearing of the deets. Hope I had to go through 4 ramp-up stages and move the seeds to even make full use of his sword. Honestly, yours is a trade-off. Your sword totally power creeps Papa's. There's plenty already. Oh, so true. I guess slicing your memories away is one hell of a trade-off. Sorry. Okay, so I'm guessing you don't have anything to contribute for this corridor. I love fairies and I am one. Hi Frey, welcome in. I love fairies too and I want to be one. I've got one. I don't know where it leads, but the index guy used it all the time. Hopefully it doesn't drop us into an army of indexes. You. They rarely gather in big groups. She said that's pretty unlikely. What was that for, Yoshu? Wait, did you just hit me with that sword handle? I didn't do anything. But I saw it. I saw Ryoshu's scabbard, Arya, suddenly dragging to the side, putting Sinclair like it was annoyed by something. I won't STS. I'll SYLC until you can barely walk. I swear this isn't a slant or whatever. Look, you poked me so hard it left a mark on my arm. Here. Well, I don't want to read too much into it, but the scabbard was rattling like it was irritated by something. Stop interpreting for her. This is why she won't stop making up these nonsense acronyms. He's making it worse. I gotta stop him from translating her somehow. Arya? Wait, that voice just now, it sounded a lot like Arya's. Dante, you saw that too, right? Ryoshu didn't do anything. Wait, really? It really wasn't her? Nope. Then it's decided. To be fair to Sinclair, no one else but Aison fully dated how the scabbard came to be. Which means that he couldn't imagine in his wildest dreams that the scabbard poked him of its own volition. It doesn't seem like any of the sinners heard that voice either. Damn, you guys bully him a lot, huh? Well, that's been long overdue for this smack upside his noggin. We should head inside. Let's not keep Alan waiting. Kira directed us towards an almost disturbingly normal wooden door, so featureless that I could have mistaken it for any of the dozens of doors we'd walked past in other nests. We were greeted by a whiff of stale, musty air the moment we walked through the door. I think this leads to a basement. Adam made sure it appeared to be an almost dungeon-like basement area. Whenever the masked Unk's beeper rang, he'd walk through this door. So, who are they? The Index. Signs of life. There were people living down here up until just a few hours ago. Why are you here, paper slips? You were only executing the prescripts. I've had it with these prescripts. At least yours doesn't make annoying beeps. The basement was stocked with shelf-stable and non-perishable foods, and the cells were all completely empty save for what looked like a makeshift bathroom in each of them. It is likely that this dungeon was used to imprison individuals of varying features that may be required to complete a prescript. Seriously? This room may have been used for something worse than simple incarceration. Among Faust's conjectures is that the captives were conditioned in body and mind, in various ways to match the prescript's liking. Ugh, sounds like that guy was just as crazy as the rest of them. Wait, that staircase right there leads up. Let's check out what's... Freaking annoying, man. The heck are you doing? You cannot enter through this door. Oh, I see. Another graver body blocking the doorway. Move. I need to see something. The will of the prescript forbids you. You cannot enter through this door. What do we do? Is it worth forcing our way in there? You seem pretty adamant about not letting us in. I'd prefer if we stay as far away as possible from anything that has to do with the gods. I mean, prescripts, but nothing in this basement gives me any indication as to where the door connects to. Otis is right, we're gonna have to go upstairs somehow if we want to get an idea of where this door leads. If Rian's been using this basement, then I'd like to see what's upstairs. Honestly, learning that this door connects to some basement is more than enough intel to cross it off the list. So if this has anything to do with Ryoshi's memories, alright, then let's push through. Executing your command, Executive Manager. Really, the prescript is absolute. Is it though?
가족에게 부르기 성공한다면 공원의 선호, 이 성장의 비극이 옆으로 될 것이랍니다. 안타까운 일이지만 우리에게 해일 겁니다. 식사 장소가 늘어날 겁니다.
Okay, we're continuing our Saikai mission.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
이거 분강 맞지? 그렇지. 바로 그거다 딸래. 아무튼 슬램. 자.
하, 웃기는 자식들. 끝나고 나서 고래구이 파티를 열어주겠다고 하니 의욕이 좀 났나?
시연합니다.
I don't really know how much longer this interval is gonna take. I'm pretty sure we've already hit 5 hours, so... Yeah, we just hit 5 hours 3 minutes ago.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
소리와 호흡을 멈추고
멈추십시오. 멈추십시오. 현장에 두가지가 있습니다. 칼고리를 빼내십시오.
알고 있겠지. 예측은 의미 없다는 걸. 마침내 끊어냈나.
예술적이네. 중지를 건드려 전부 새기고 기억한 뒤 척결한다.
Okay, let's see how many turns this takes. I mean... What do you mean we only killed 1 enemy so far? This is bullshit.
예측할 수 없게. 아이씨, 짜증나게.
이제 갖고 놀기. 틀렸다.
그래, 딱 반쯤
그쯤 해줬으니 포장장.
이 향에 맞추려면 이게 체격이지.
칼고리가 쉽게 들어간다.
뜨거울 것 같아. 조금 많이
되었습니다.
내 검은 맞춰갈 수 없을 거다.
이 정도쯤은 본인은 최선을 다했다고.
숨막히도록 견뎌왔고 절박하게 갈망했으니 헤아릴 수 없이 저주했으니.
좋아, 이번에는
Dear
제대로
God, how many turns is this gonna take?
결 처형이다.
해고 가문도
거탑을 새겨주지.
들어. 당신을 죽여라 절규한 내 모든 시간들의 아우성이.
저를 묻어주리까. 이연.
기름 막힌 문자들은 지쳤습니다. 곧 쓸어버릴 수 있습니다.
You know what? I'm not even gonna bother with this Psyche anymore.
되어내리라. 예측 불사이군. 그럼 안녕 몰아치는 것을 저자가
성선의 뒤에 죽은 일꾼들이 다 함께 벽을 먹었습니다. 어머니의 기쁨, 벌써부터 느껴지는 것만 같습니다.
What's up there? You may speak to me casually, Arya, but in the presence of other apprentices, perhaps you should find it preferable to mimic the tone of the Dehui Star. Come on, it's not like I wanted to be Dehui Star. Just let me do whatever I want when I'm here. Certainly, you have a point. So what's there upstairs? I'm not sure myself. I've never been upstairs. Aren't you even a little curious? Why bother peeling back the heavens to see what is beyond? Those wanting of yearning needn't raise their heads skyward. Am I seeing Arya's memories? Clock, what did you say? I'm not sure, but now I've got another reason to check what's upstairs. Wait, we have like 3 notes left, I'm pretty sure.
당장 집행해주지.
장부에 적힌 놈들은 볼 때마다 기가 막히는군. 우리 중지가 엄지처럼 엄격한 거. 검지처럼
Okay, let me
이해할 수 없는 걸
start
요구하는 것도
by...
아닌데 말이야.
You know what? No, Psyche.
거긴 킬존이다. 쳐다보긴 우리는 못하는 건 알아가지고. 그쯤 해줬으니 포장지 한번 벗겨야겠군.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
이 순간이 다하도록 되어내리라.
It is 15 not 14 nodes, right? Not 15? I don't think I can get through another 15 nodes, another 5 nodes today, I mean.
자칫 잘못하면 날아갑니다.
그려낸 대로
들리세요? 한 쌍의 상황볼과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 티비아의 멜로디가
아이씨,
Arya,
짜증나게.
how the fuck?
정도쯤은
그렇지. 바로 그거다 딸렘. 이리 와라.
우리는 멋있는 건 알아가지고.
기름 먹고 있는 자들은 세쳤습니다. 곧 끌어버릴 수 있습니다.
별을 잊지 못함이 속을
You know what? Maybe it was a good idea to Saikai.
연단이 떨렸어.
훌륭한 반말.
쳐다보기에는 우리는 멋있는 건 알아가지고.
준비한 기믹은 이게 다인가?
짜증나게.
그렇지. 바로 그거다 딸렘.
알고 있겠지. 예측은 의미 없다는 걸. 마침내 끊어냈나.
웃기는 자식들. 끝나고 나서 고래구이 파티를 열어주겠다고 하니 여기 좀
감상은
났나?
어떤가요?
아이씨, 짜증나게. 본인은 최선을 다했다.
장부를 펼칠 것도 없겠고.
만복의 시간입니다.
바이올렛.
숨막히도록 견뎌왔고 절박하게 갈망했으며 헤아릴 수 없이 저주했으니
갈고리가 쉽게 돌아온다.
이 자리에 있는 것
내용이 부과될 수 있을 것 같습니다.
결 처형이다.
How many more do I have to go through? This is taking so long.
감상은 어떤가요?
자네 새겨주지.
Okay, this has to hit. Come on.
예측 의미 몰아친 것을 처절한
그래,
원인
딱 반쯤 죽여버렸고 13조 이항을 맞추려면 그게 제격이지.
임파스터.
화면을 헷갈리지 마십시오.
Okay, it looks like we only have one that isn't staggered, so we should be able to deal with this relatively quickly. You bums, why are you all targeting one person? Get on him right now. Okay, now put one glue over here. There we go. Now everyone's jumping him instead of the other way around.
그래. 내가 왔다.
I'm getting so tired, chat. Please, bro. How many more index proxies or whatever they're called do I have to kill?
이제 갖고 놀기. 틀렸다.
좋아, 이번에는 제대로 들어간다.
일어나.
아듀.
아직 11번은 죽어야 한다고.
일꾼들이 다 함께 불을 일으켰습니다.
Finally. Kind of a letdown when they body blocking the door like there was some big secret behind it. Right. Just looks like any other average family home. Oh man, I get cleaning up's a chore, but you should at least dust their home once in a while. The clear of dust covering every surface and the blotchy wallpaper made it clear that no one's been living here for a good while. Whichever family lived here must have had a child. Look, there are drawings and dolls too. It seems like the place has been abandoned for quite a long time. Could something bad have happened here? Yeah, something must have happened in here that caused the family to flee, and they never got to return. Yeah, lots of evidence suggesting that. The open door, there was a single shoe just lying around. So someone fled home for some reason, never to return. I don't know, it's kinda hard to narrow down the cause. It really could have been anything. Are you searching for something in particular, Yosho? Yes, but it doesn't seem to be here. Every framed photo is sensed beyond recognition. And whatever documents there were have been turned to shreds. Kinda like my memories. So this wasn't where he escaped to, huh? Texner's father, Ryan. The last time we saw him, he fled the house via the corridor after suffering a severe wound at Ryosho's hands. By some miracle he survived. There's a chance he'd come here after Ryosho again. He'd come after Ryosho again, but sadly never realized that it's Ryan's old house, or I think it is. You know, it most likely is. Something about our last encounter led me to believe that this was the last time Ryosho would ever see him. This is... Do you recognize this? I found myself hoping to see Ryosho piece together another memory. She'd been recalling new details all day whenever something caught her attention. Sadly, she responded by softly shaking her head. No, we don't. Chat, when am I gonna see the so-called 2 big reasons, huh? I've been through the whole Intervallo. Did you fibbers lie to me?
당장 집행해주지.
After leaving Ryan's quarters, we explored the Index's corridor for a while. But I didn't find anything that could help piece Ryosho's memories back together. Great work. Now that just leaves a Pinky Nurse Father's corridor. But that room didn't have any back doors for us to explore. There were countless more in the adjacent corridor. But our guidelines make it a bit difficult to delve into each and every one of them right away. Which means that our work here is done. Thank you for your assistance, Dante. Okay, glad we could help. Dante replies they're happy to have been of assistance. Well then, it's been a pleasure. After a brief round of handshakes, Alan returned forward to the base. We probably should have done the same, but want to take a look around here anyway? Sure. As we had more business here than simply checking the doors, we decided to stay a little longer and investigate the Pinky's corridor. The Pinky Nurse Father's room had a peculiar structure. Each door we opened led to a room identical in shape to the previous one, and even though it was certain we traveled through quite a few rooms, we somehow found ourselves back at the starting point. There are some small distances between each room that help to tell them apart, but it's difficult to tell which is which unless we look really hard at every detail. Where are we now? The kitchen? How do you know that? I've been here before. Someone ghosted me after promising to watch Fixer clips together, so I thought I'd come visit. Someone y'all have met too. I think it was must be another one who was severed by the Ariashiki. Damn, you might be right. His name was Ren, the Pinky Apprentice. Ready, get ready. You're about to see two big reasons as why you needed to play this Intervallo. I bet I'm finally gonna see what the two supposedly big reasons are. Finally! It's been forever! I TikToks, but no one here really seems to have anything to say to that. I suppose that only makes sense after all. Its existence registered to no one here but me. So, when you said back at K-Corp that you'd cooked before, you were talking about this, huh? Yep. I used to perform intense culinary artistry here. Your scabbard's shaking. Their pupils are glowing. One of them was, why, you, meaning, yeah, unbelievably mouth-watering. The scabbard, Arya, was definitely shaking from side to side in a valiant effort to deny Ryoshi's claims. Must have been pretty damn bad, huh? I'm having a hard time believing her if you ask me. What did you usually make? Boxed lunch. Boxed lunch that kids might bring to grade school. With sausages cut like octopuses and tamagoyaki. A bit simple to be intense culinary artistry, don't you think? Didn't you know? There's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry. So I want octopus sausages, tamagoyaki, and... Why are we making octopus sausages out of an octopus? No, I mean sausages cut like octopuses. And why are we cutting sausages into octopus shapes? Because it's adorbs, that's why. Something like this? What's that? Sausage carved into an octopus shape. Didn't miss a suction cup. Come on, I didn't mean like a real life octopus. It's gotta be adorbs, okay? Isn't it all the SD once it goes down the gullet? Why is this so important? But mommy, there's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry. IDU. Huh? You're doing your weird acronyms again, aren't you? It means I don't understand. That's when you say IDK, Mom, SMH. These must be some of the happiest memories Ryosho and Arya shared. The sinners, Meik and Arya, even as a scabbard, could imagine and recall them in full. But for Ryosho, the most important part of those memories remains lies away. Still, if we can continue to piece more and more of our memories together by going over these places... Do you want to check up what's upstairs too? As soon as I asked, however, the listener's footsteps came to a simultaneous stop. Wait. Hang on, Clockhead. Don't open the door just yet. I looked back and found Kira and Heathcliff poised to fight, hands on their weapons. This way, manager. And Mersalt, who realized what that indicated, yanked me to the back of the line, and in mere moments... So there was someone guarding those whelps. Figures, they sent more than fodder to the House of Spiders. Stinks of wet dog. The clouds of massive pots slashed through it had just been standing. Wolf mask? It really is as Master Emil Benoit said. This place is already occupied. If you would be so kind as to help me with directions. Is this where Master Callisto's art is located? The question came from a woman who appeared from one of the doors that led to a different corridor. She was wearing a wolf mask, unlike the Favas we had encountered thus far. She seemed to make it a point to speak and act with decorum. But the subtle hint of violence in her voice quickly betrayed the air of possibility. Sure, you're at the right address, lady? Robunks, stuff ain't in this part of the house, but a different corridor. Yes, I am aware. But I'm not here looking for his creations, which are easily mistaken for mass-produced garbage. I could feel her intense gaze as though her voice was obscured by the mask, and there was no doubt that her eyes were being down on Ryosho. Suddenly, I was reminded of what Rian said moments before he fled through the corridor. We let them observe us too freely. What is that? The father's got to confirm a lot of important intel, including the fact that the House of Spiders has fallen, and that Ryoshu currently has possession of the Aryashiki. They want Ryoshu for themselves, whether she's completed or not, Ryoshu as she is now. Isn't that intriguing for once? My name is Rufa Yoshihide, the blade coveted by the Five Fingers, Master Callisto's final posthumous masterpiece. Dear God, I need it. As a docent of Fauvism, please allow me the honor of escorting you to our gallery. I want to. Don't see the point in hanging out with people in those unaesthetic AM. As expected, Ryoshu declined Rufa's request with a curt reply. Aria 2 rattled angrily in the dozen's general direction. Then, I'm afraid my only remaining option is to rely on our usual methods of ushering. How are our odds? I don't know, she's probably tougher than me at maxed out stats. Really? The shape of her ring suggests that she is a docent of the school of Fauvism. Her position is comparable to that of a capo of the thumb or a big sibling of the middle. Verily, that mascotheraphobe who makes their path even Ricardo's might, or with a stroke of ill fortune even lay hang. Doubt she's anywhere near as strong as lay hang. Our chances are HOHOM. Half or more? I like those odds. Half or more. Dude, really? Hello again. Hi, Blaze Elixir. Welcome back. Outmoded has-been. Why has he got the art of a has-been after all this time? It was a decision met with much confusion from the outset. To entrust such a momentous project in the hands of one such as Callisto, why everyone agrees that it's no less foolish than casting a pearl before swine. How long left? I have 2 notes left after this and they're both story. And they were quite on point with that assessment. There's however recovered from the house way more tools than art. The sort that the likes of workshop meisters might assemble. No self-respecting maestro would create such mundanities and call them art. Now I must ask for your forgiveness for presuming that you would be no different from the rest of his work. What I observed in this room completely changed my perspective. The scorched corridor, the ferocity with which you've scarred the walls and the floor, as though a frenzied beast had torn through them. There's but one tool that could have possibly left such marks behind. At least you've got a passable eye for art. Yoshihide, I ask you, have you ever considered pursuing art of a further elevated beauty? It will be an experience that departs from the dilapidated remnant that dubs itself corporism, a moment so constrained by its obsession over the human corpus that, once it had depleted all meaning it had to offer, it began piling on empty definitions into itself. Fauvism is a movement that has broken from the traditional mold, unfettered like a beast that roams free. We dare ourselves to ask questions that challenge the mind. What is man? What are things? What does it mean to trace the origin? How do we define that which we call le fauve? These are subject matters that have led us fauves into the field of fertile creativity. Should you, a wielder of that relic, enter the fold of our movement, it will layer your work with such an unrelating spectrum of colours that it will be destined to leave an unforgettable impression in the annals of history. Annals. In other words, what we can offer you would be of much greater worth than what you may have learned from a teacher like Callisto. Never considered him my teacher, not a real one anyway. Finding beauty among the carnage of blood and flesh is a lesson I learned on my own. And yes, I know enough about your movement. Maybe consider some of the works created by your school acceptable, at least among the rings arts, or not, I can't remember. Then, will you? But I don't know. I don't know what makes your art more elevated than the ones I pursue. The one you pursue? Then there's sides you claim to have seen clue you in. Oh, hit it. I do understand. Your art may appear to be no more than unchecked chaos at a glance, but upon closer inspection, it reveals a fierce, dominant force that threads the entire scene together with its keenness as a connecting suture. Your blade work too shows such multi-layeredness. Mere keenness often entails mundanity, yet you have transcended such a limit by scorching the trail end of each slash. Truly unique aesthetic sense. I believe I fully understood the full extent of the artistic merit imbued in that scene. No, you didn't. Lesser painters like yourself are such mediocrities that they fail to recognize the beauty that lies in the grotesque. They do little beyond painting the hell reflected in their eyes and call that shallowness hell's beauty. The sorrow condensed into a cry held in an instant, rather than born from the yoke of reason, the fading gleam of despair in the hewn. You give no thought to what each of those emotions signifies, instead obsessing over the cursory qualities of what is beheld. Let me teach you otherwise. Pay attention, because I want to afford you another long-winded lesson. You're also ready to scabbard, pointillists, bovists, suprematists, low-raters, cubists. I've visited my share of the ring's galleries, heard their commentaries, but none of them were to my liking. The art is an overcomplicated part of definitions buried under symbols, kicked in patchworks of empty shells. You and our art both talk too damn much. Just like Callisto's, kept trying to take from other movements, forcing meaning where there was none. Excess is easy, anyone can do it. What's beyond most is making it succinct, the art of abbreviation. Alas, if all is one by one abbreviated away, nothing remains in its absence, making the void left behind bereft of meaning. No, the void is what remains. The 12 things that can't be found anywhere else. What is this? Minimalist manifesto? No. My aesthetics go beyond the pursuit of simplicity. I pursue the natural germination of artistic immaculacy, a state of perfection wherein further abbreviation is an impossibility. SANGRIA. A bit abstract, isn't it? Too removed, too plain, with a distinct lack of any meaningful, striking qualities. What exactly is it that elevates your art above that of fauvism? Painters. We're the stubborn sort that mere words can't convince. Indeed, there's no discipline more subjective than that of art. Discourse concerning its nature makes sense for days on end. It will not change the fact that unseen arts are meaningless and pretentious illusions at the end of the day. Then I suppose I'll have to carve it right into your eyes. Please do. I'm afraid it may be overshadowed by the sheer vibrancy of my aesthetics. A dozen of le fauvisme shall personally welcome you to my critique session. Chad, is there anything I should be worried about here, or do I just sakai away?
연단을 떠올렸어요.
Wait, I probably should have read Rufo's thingy. Shit.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
그렇지.
이거 공감 맞지?
바로 그거다. 필살. 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램.
좋아, 이번에는 제대로 들어. 의지를 건드려? 전부 새기고 기억한 뒤 적결한다.
Defeat again and let it all go.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Okay, I'm definitely gonna read after this turn. Damn, she's barely doing any damage.
알고 있겠지. 예측은 의미 없다는 거. 저련.
남았어도 이 정도쯤은.
통풍을 굴릴 수가 없습니다.
Okay, now let me read. Manpower plus 1, okay, nothing there.
연료라도 수급해야 합니다.
Nothing here. Flash power minus 1 for every, plus 1 for every 6 bleed and sneaking on target. Damage from the skill does not stagger, okay. And then clash power plus 2 for every type of negative effect on target, max 12. If target has pallet vibrance, clash power plus 6 until plus 100% damage, target has a good defense skill. While having pallet vibrance, clash power plus 6 until minus 90% damage instead. Clash lose damage from skill just on hit, does not trigger sinking effects. Got it. What about the passives though? Gain 2 protection for every allied Velvet student of the ring. This unit uses a critique in this encounter, okay. Then our allied Velvet on the ring gain 2 flat and reduce the unit's SP down to 0. Immediately before getting hit by a skill, it has 1 attack rate. If there is an allied student of the ring, have the said unit take the attack instead 2 times per turn, extending assist units. If an allied Velvet student of the ring was defeated in this encounter, refill this vacancy of the same student units. Okay, so I gotta take these guys out first. Shit, these are all target fixed. This one is targeting fast. This one is targeting Don Quixote. This one is targeting Honglo. This one's targeting Gregor, which we're definitely just gonna, yep. So we're just gonna power guard that. This one's targeting Sinclair. This one is targeting Ryosho, which I put an evade on, and then over here, rule violation.
그려낸 대로.
야,
아이, 짜증나게. 차대! 흔들렸군. 본인은 최선을 다했다.
That's fast gone, and I'm pretty sure someone else should be gone. I'm pretty sure she kills two now.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
이리 와라.
뜨거울 거다. 조금 많이.
Yep.
내 검은
가져갈 수 없을
숨막히도록
거다.
견뎌. 절박하게 갈망했으며
You see why I want to play this Intervallo?
저주했으며
Oh, I want to be hopping on his trap all day long.
이쪽은
How many fucking students is she gonna bring in? This is the fastest. From there. Who's struggling? Foreguard that, and there we go.
거절해. 세워주지.
죽어들려기 방금 말을 했습니다. 말을 짜고하면 평소의 쓰레기입니다. 갈고리가 쉽게 들어간다. 연륜이 묻어낼 수 있을 것 같습니다.
좀 더 멋진 상남의 작품이 되길 바랍니다.
거절해. 세워주지. 방금의 공격 혹신 그 자체였다.
Okay, I think I understand how her passives work. Might not though.
물어뜯어 고칠 수밖에. 당신을 죽여라 절규하는 내 모든 시간들의 아우성이.
저를
임파스터.
이쪽은
이 중지를 건드려
내가 안전하게
전부
지켜줄
새기고
테니까.
기억한 뒤 적결한다.
Hold on, isn't this guy the fastest? So shouldn't it go here? Chat, the number above their skill slot is their speed, right? I'm gonna be so fucked if I got this wrong.
그려낸 대로
짜증나게.
이 순간이 바로 태어내리라.
별을 잊지 못하니
예측
불사이고.
그럼 안녕 몰아치는 것을 저장
Damn, only 300 damage? Oh, well, at least we're getting pretty close to the end of it now. Can you see how long's left in my popcorn? 30 minutes, we should be done by then.
왜? 좀 긁혔어?
With popcorn and nachos, but yeah.
임파스터.
중지의 안가품이 그저 무력 행사뿐이라고 생각해. 원한을
Oh, jumper.
수단을 가릴
그래.
이유는 없지.
내가 왔다.
내가 공부력되면 애장품 특별히 보여줄게.
You're worthy of the privilege to behold my prized needlework.
가족에게 불을 소유한다면 공원의 소녀 이 성장의 비극을 덮어줄 것이란다.
Okay, hold on, no, wrong one. Pop this over here with this on top. I'm running down the rest, but let's you here with you on top. Move you over here.
그래.
이 순간이
왔다.
바로 태어내리라.
Weave. And now it's Rufo versus Rufo. My
여기까지
brother fucking died.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
통탄을 불릴 수가 없습니다. 옆에 또 이웃분
Okay, boom. This on top and this here. When are the rest? Wait. When are the rest? Who's over here? No one good. Boom. And you. There we go.
어디서도 볼 수 없을 색채로
낮도 밤도 지워 숨이 다
Come on, Ryoshu, show me big damage.
아이씨 짜증나게
이 순간이 다 되어내리라.
Ah, this fight is taking forever. Where's all the big damage Ryoshu showed me in Mirror Dungeons? I guess that is with ego gifts.
중지는 잊지 않아. 도시에 살 거라니 그 말만큼 귀담아
This
들었어.
does not trigger defense skills.
설마 빈말이라고 생각했나?
Okay. Damage max. And there we go, that's dominating.
그려낸 대로
Okay, she has to die with this one. Come on.
예측
불사이군.
그럼 안녕 몰아친 것을
Okay, that did half of the health she had left. We actually have a chance this time.
아이씨 짜증나게 들립니다. 이어서 소리가 선명히 들립니다.
Okay, run it again. Take everything off of Ryoshu. No discussion with the first one. Ricardo, that's struggling. Remove you. Put it over here. Boom. 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 Here we go. He's dead now.
이 순간이 다도록 되어내리라. 원망도 몇 터지나.
That's it. I win.
어머니의 기쁨 벌써부터 느껴지는 것만 같습니다.
Yeah. See? You're already looking much better with those perfect, superfluous animal parts removed. You're serious about finding your own movement. I already answered that. But you need time. Now with the father's swing, at least you can fully cultivate your movement, perhaps. I don't suppose words have any meaning now. The doesn't raise her giant arms as though to strike us in her final act of defiance, but slammed down upon the door we entered through instead. All I can do is buy time for mid-sentence. The doesn't suddenly went limp like a marionette whose strings were cut. Dead. And here I thought at least her last words were going to be succinct. Thus we are made foes with yet we are made foes with yet another finger. The ring. Let's not doom and gloom already, fellas. We've been an officer of the fingers on our own for the first time, didn't we? I see this as a pretty definite win. All on your own, huh? Come on, bro, I was fighting my ass off out here. Gregor has a point. The outcome of this battle would not have changed by a significant margin even if you had not been here, Kira. That's more like it. Won't have a freak out over a mere BB anymore. Long as we're clock. Don't start congratulating yourselves for achieving the bare minimum. Those who celebrate over so small an occasion don't deserve to stand beside the executive manager. Well, I guess this isn't impressive at all to people who used to be much stronger, like Utis or Don Quixote. Prithee, speak not such folly, for the joy of my competitors is mine own. Just a question, what's your favourite MC block? I'ma go with the Sakura wood. Thanks, to be specific. Have you any inkling as to why she might have, in her final moments, elected to demolish the door? Right? It's not like we've got a shortage of doors here. Are we really debating the logical thought process of a woman who is 2 seconds away from dropping dead? Come on, let's get out of here so we can bring everyone else up to date. Sakura planks? Yep. Didn't I just leave this room? Ishmael walks out through the door we'd entered through and appeared from behind us. Oh shit, where'd the exit go? Don't tell me the exit changes every time someone walks through it. No, can't be that easy. So tomorrow, yep, we got this note and then another story note. Then I gotta do pulls and I'm done. I am barred from enjoying the outside world. No longer free to travel the mountains and cliffs as my feet would carry me, as the other members of the Pinky are. I wish to no avail that I should be allowed to weave the delineations of wings and back streets. So this is what she meant. The back door through which we traversed is a passage through the corridor of the one called the Index Nurse Father. Cross the broken door we might, however it avails us but a brief jaunt to the Pinky Nurse Father's azure corridor before it returns us to this room. Room is now locked in a loop without a starting point. Won't matter what door we open. Is there anything we can do? A rescue team will arrive in time. As this location adheres to the regular flow of time, unlike the warp trains, it will be approximately between a week or two from the present before we can return. That's pretty long. Well, the first problem we're going to have to deal with is food. As far as I'm aware, we should be good to go at least 3 days. Thanks, Radia. So let's... I didn't bring any snacks. It's like we are about to walk into one of those Alcor branches or dungeons, so... Yeah, makes sense. Looks like we're going to have to give this room a thorough search then. No need. If there's no exit, we got to open our own.
What about the part where it cuts into your memories too? Did with that yet?
No. The sword that still clears my memories with every slash. Don't know what memory will slice away this time, but it'll be something recent or one I hold dear.
Oh wait, don't be so bloody rash about it.
Other than me, no one but Heathcliff still remembers the person he holds in the loving depths of his heart. Ever since the day of the Sepia Tempest, memory took on a special precious meaning to Heathcliff. Heathcliff suddenly reached out and grabbed Yoshi's arm. Though Yoshi and Heathcliff's circumstances were undoubtedly different from each other, it was clear that Yoshi's reckless attitude towards sacrificing her own memories triggered a sort of anxiety in Heathcliff. But didn't you hear? Them nerds will be here in a week or two to get us out. So then we just keep that certain nice in that cabin and wait it out. The radio doesn't work. Well, if we went up to the rooftop and entered one of the doors, those doors up there, there are thousands of them. What's this game about? It's about a group of people who are labeled sinners just going through different areas to collect golden bows. That's pretty much the base gist of the story, to be honest. Abstract. Also, welcome in. Hi. Out of the question. By doing so, we may be setting ourselves at greater risk, that of casting ourselves into an endless maze that is the corridor. Okay, but we're dead meat if that brick wall of a maestro wanders right into this room. That will fleet his last words. Man, I'm seeing the flags. It's a hell risky move, yeah, but I think your shit in her up his thread is our best bet. Game looks nice. I keep getting your streams my recommended. Nice! Right, but what if we got lucky and they found us in a day or two? Quit freaking out. HC. It will only be forgotten, not lost. Well, good memories don't tend to last very long. It's been a fun excursion. Look. I looked toward the scabbard, expecting to rattle violently as it did earlier, but it remains still. The white blade soon reveals itself and cuts across the wall where the door used to be. And naturally, as the Arya Sheiki's blade cleaves through the wall, so does the Trioshu's memories. Oh, we were really getting somewhere. The thin strands of Arya's image, which had just begun to coalesce, suddenly unraveled and fell apart once again. Even still, Arya released the blade without hesitation. But it's okay, we'll try again, so... Conveying no resentment, no hatred, but a few words of consolation. Don't feel too bad. As her voice faded into the gentle dark with Ryoshi's memories. And I'm pretty sure that's my popcorn. Give me a sec, chat. Yep, that is in fact my food, so I'm gonna go pick that up real quick. I'm gonna put this on BRB, and when I'm back, we'll finish up the canto and do some pills.
君が明日死ぬなら僕は今から笑って飛び込めるだろう二人以外の時間を思うとどうしようもないほど胸が痛くなるよでもその目強がる癖抱き合う時は甘くなる恋も全部もう僕だけが苦しいよお願い君はずるいずるいずるいずるいずるい人だもんわがままな君の中で綺麗に腐ったわ聞いて聞いて聞いて聞いて聞いて聞いてよお願い優しく抱いて優しく抱いて優しく抱いて仕方がないと分かっているけどこの愛しさを独り占めしたいよ他の誰かの頭の中に君がいるなら笑顔で潰して回る好き嫌いもそう少し丸いても顔を汚すとちょっと怒るところも全部もう僕だけが苦しいよお願い君はずるいずるいずるいずるいずるい人だもん愛情は君の中で醜く巣だったんだ聞いて聞いて聞いて聞いて聞いて聞いてよお願い激しく泣いて激しく泣いて激しく泣いて歯止めのないもぞどうぞ言えないことも全部したよかわいそうの表情で僕のことを殴って壊して
Okay, I'm back. Now let's finish this up. Welcome back. Question. What exactly was the point of verifying every back door within the house of spiders? Oh, Hohenheim didn't fill you in? Any information regarding his doors holds an enormous value for us. Not to mention the higher-ups requesting us to reorganize the House of Spider into a base of operations as soon as possible. Even if we had to rush our work a little. Only speculating here, but I'm quite convinced that they're preparing for a conflict of sorts. These little pockets of absolute safety are extremely valuable during these operations, as you know.
Wait, stop right there. What? What conflict? What operation? Are you saying that your bosses are preparing for a war or something?
I feel like there isn't enough alarm in his voice. Considering what he's saying, preparing for what? Not even trying to hide it anymore, huh? Did I say something wrong? Must you ask to know? I thought everyone already knew. I mean, it's an open secret at this point. L Corp has already fallen. W Corp is teetering on the brink of collapse. You call us the Aspirant W Corp. We call Limbus Company the Aspirant L Corp, meaning we have a shared goal. But unlike the dead and gone L Corp, the current W Corp is still kicking, despite its rapid decline in the recent years. And as we all know, companies necessarily aren't worth much unless they've got the military force to back them, right? It's only natural that a business conflict would lead to a physical one as well. This is just a mere team leader speaking, though. Who knows what the higher-ups in our companies are thinking? Either way, much of fruitful collaboration was had today. This will reflect pretty well in our performance metrics, and we didn't even suffer that many losses. I can safely say that you should expect a positive review from us regarding this collaboration. After saying our farewells to Alan, we returned to our forward base and shared with Hohenheim everything that's happened so far. Hohenheim and Faust both did not seem willing to discuss the subject of the looming conflict. So we decided to have Ryoshu's memory and sword re-examined.
Oi, Hohenheim.
Fuck.
Results out yet?
Not yet. Assistant. I clearly remember telling you 3 minutes ago that it would take 20 more minutes. Have you forgotten already? He talks too much. Ryoshu sounded irritated as she called Heathcliff, but I could sense a definite undercurrent of anxiety from the way she kept puffing her cigarettes to a stub at increasingly shorter intervals. This room might be more smoke than oxygen at this point. And slowing down a tad, you're practically fumigating through my cigarette smoke. Then speed up, classes. Gonna bounce as soon as I hear the results. Both of you need to learn to respect that things take time. Yes, time is indeed relative, but the fact that I have managed to complete an in-depth analysis of an item such mystery in a single day is an incredibly fast turnaround, and therefore it deserves your appreciation. I have been attempting to rein in the more self-indulgent part of myself as of late, but I believe this achievement deserves to be elaborated upon. It is an evident truth that such result could not have been replicated had it not been for my genius brain. Go to the hallways and grab any passing researcher and tell them about my incredible turnaround time, and you will hear them say, "Whoa, done already?" And to that I will answer, S-T-U. Okay, no, you're getting kicked out for that, both of you. Not even gonna dignify that with a response. Evidently tired of the two sinners alternating turns handing him for results, Hohenheim seemed to speed up the analysis and managed to hit the finish line much earlier than 20 minutes.
What, done already?
Yes. There are times when test results are extracted earlier than the predicted time frame. Many of those instances are easily attributable to my genius work. Then why aren't you saying anything? Give me the TR now. You did tell me to shut the fuck up, so I'm attempting to observe the exact merits of doing precisely that. You think Yoshida would ever use non-acronym straight? What if it's something like, sheesh, that's a full day, unwind after work though? And your verdict on her interpretation? That is exactly what I meant. She is better than MTL in some ways. Now she lies as she breathes. At that moment, I might have caught a glimpse of the scabbard rattling slightly atop the examination device. Almost thought we were giggling. Very well then. I'll get right into it. First, the memory of the time she was complimented for her cooking has been erased. Huh? That's it? Hardly. Second, my name has been erased from her memory. Do you recall the name of the man who works with Manager Zod? Eh? I would have asked in past tense had it been him whom I was referring to. I'm glad Miss Hod wasn't here for that. Guys, I'm hype getting subscribers. No thanks, X-Knight, but welcome in anyway. Hi. That kid, right, I don't remember his name. She forgot Pilot's name? Among other miscellaneously deleted memories are 172 hours of Don Quixote's tales of adventures and the types of food she fed to a seagull. Fie upon thee! Dost thou say that the memories most precious to Ryoshu and me have been thrown into utter Destruction. Look, Don Quixote, I'm not trying to be mean here, but that seems pretty acceptable, doesn't it? For the price of unsheathing a sword like that. If we're going by sheer volume, I wouldn't quite say its mileage is acceptable. It's reached several days worth of memories just for a single swing, didn't it? I mean, yeah, but they kinda sound like inconsequential memories, don't they? Kraken Heath forgets stuff all the time. How is this any different? The seemingly inconsequential nature of these particular memories weren't achieved by sheer luck. In fact, it seems to have been impacted by the scabbard of the Arya Shiki, or to be more precise, the power of Arya's ego. That's so. Yoshu... Give me a sec, gang. And I'm back again. Yoshi looked down at the scabbard with an uncertain, hollow look in her eyes. All that remains of Arya in Yoshu's recollection is a blank space where the fragments of her existence used to be, severed and removed again. While it takes a rather significant amount of time, the scabbard seems to be, yes, capable of selecting which of Yoshi's memories are to be erased at the cost of using Arya Shiki. Sounds like I should be grateful then. But Yoshi regards the scabbard with a conflicted look, as though to approximate the outlines of the void she left behind. Oh, so it's got like a cooldown timer? She can use it to win out as long as she gives it time to select the trivial memories? I wouldn't be so quick to dismiss them as trivial. The memory of the time when you were complimented for your cooking, it was quite a precious memory, wasn't it? You've performed an inverse calculation of the relic's cost. Yes, according to our measurements, the sword seems to factor in the weight of each memory when calculating the cost of wielding it. It's become rather clear that it takes more than light memories to properly wield it. To have her memories been restored, as presumed, attempts to recall the erased being's existence have resulted in failure. That is quite discouraging. But not all is lost. Simply by knowing that something used to be in the negative space, many things can still be reminisced upon. Like Ryoshu said, forgotten but not lost. Clock. You've stepped foot in the world of Sangria. She flashes the briefest of smiles and scatters it away with a plume of cigarette smoke. Collecting the GP will restore it. What used to be here, in the pockets of a void in my heart, my one and only. Yoshua's gaze traced the invisible, the unperceivable. A few more days passed us by. We didn't spend those days idling, visited Salt and piloting recovery, did a few odd jobs here and there, like helping suppress a distortion containment breach caused by a new SCE hire. But with all the loose threads tied up, we managed to finally, after so long, Kinda feels like we're home again. Return to the bus. Bus, sweet bus. The chair could use a little more cushioning, but there is anything like it out there. Damn, this is your ride? Hella badass. Between the two individuals, who were looking rather pleased at Kira's astonishment, Hohenheim squeezed through us to warn us about some things to watch out for. I asked Team Leader Alan to set us the coordinates somewhat as close as possible to the next nest. Keep driving through the door and it will bring you right to an empty spot on a highway. Don't hesitate to hit the brakes, because if by any chance there's a car driving behind you, it will crash into the bus. Nuts. So what are you two doing here on the bus? You decided to join the better team, did ya? I must admit to a certain degree of interest in hearing of your exploits, but to accompany you through them is an entirely different matter, isn't it? I'm only here to adjust your coordinates. Speaking of which, just how did you manage to escape your confinement? I told them I had some stuff to help you with, and they let me out after making me scribble over some docs. Solitary confinement is hella boring, so I thought I might get some air. Might as well say goodbye to while I'm out and about, right? I see. You exploited the fact that the new hires don't have any grudges against you. I thought I'd told them to impress upon the new hires that prisoners are to be treated as exceptions to the... right. The person in charge of that training is currently checked into the long-term recovery ward. More problems stemming from the shortage of manpower. I'd best include this in my report. And you're getting banned. Sounds like they're both here to see us go. Well then, time for valediction, I suppose. Perhaps I've grown far too used to seeing your faces. Saying goodbye doesn't come as easily as I expected it to be. Another day of reunion must await in the future. I would appreciate it if such a reunion had a low probability of occurring. While I am very partial to mathematical statistics like the probability theory, I hope your prediction is dead right. Well then. Hey, Yoshihide! What? I want to say we're family exactly, but... Listen, there's a lot of stuff I want to say to you, and a lot of stuff I want to hear from you, okay? So, S-Y-L. Did I do that right? Acronymize it into L, and call me Ryoshu, not Yoshihide. Prefer the echoes of that name. After a round of goodbyes, the two disembarked from the bus and... No sooner had the machinery clicked into place than the bus wheels finally began to turn, bringing us closer and closer towards a blindingly radiant portal massive enough to engulf the bus whole. Well, after our next destination, I guess. Alright. Where are we headed next? Don't inquire about the next destination, Virgilius. Now that's more like it. Been too bloody long since I heard that question. Yeah, don't get too excited. That's an answer to that question. Every other standing that's not downright bizarre. Give me a sec, gang. Okay, let me... Where the fuck is it? Oh, there it is. Here we go. Virgilius gave me a faint, knowing smile as though to confirm Ishmael's pessimistic remark, then delivered a comment that sounded too light-hearted for its gravity. Downright bizarre, is it?
Well, let me just say that it's high time we faced such a sight. Our next destination is District 14. In other words, Manager Dante, we're now en route to N Corp. So we are going there after all. N Corp. Plenty of places there I'd rather not see. Yeah, low-key don't fuck with rude people though, so I don't even know how to read your name, but you're out. As the rest of the listeners voiced their various gripes and discontent with Ancorp, Marisol, who probably had the most amount of history with the wing, simply flipped open his newspaper like usual and began reading it with the same unchanging expression. As though for him, none of this changed anything. Now departing from. With that, the bus resumed its journey to yet another tale. Well, chat, that was all for Intervallo 7-1. Not tomorrow because they have a collab. Probably, hold on, after tomorrow is Saturday, never mind. I'll see when. Don't know when I'm next gonna stream. But I'll see you then for Intervallo 7-2. Right now, though, we gotta get through some pulls. I'll use my one level up ticket, what the hell, or my one pull ticket, what the hell. Yep, wasn't expecting anything good from a single pull. Alright, time to use some of my saved up lunacy. Let's go, I can't drop below 10k because Walpurgis is coming up. Looks like I didn't get anything new, we're gonna try again. Oh shit! Did I actually get something on my second temple? We win. I'm done. I got a second try. I win. Let's go, I do Ishmael! Yes! Okay, I'm not even gonna bother pulling for the ego because I can just try that later. I will see you all next time. Thank you. Stay safe, stay hydrated, stay happy, and most important of all, stay horny. Goodbye. And remember, S is not for sayonara, but for Saikai.
何の罰視線確かない愛に蒸気声も出せないままあ屈な誓いのなき百役ある術つなぎなくの果てまでも極楽往生現実決定ないで命を投げ出さないでうちの脆さに浸ってどんな顔すればいいかわからないよ今はただ答えてくれよ五条は大体五条